Yo, everybody, and welcome back to some more WARNO action here, as we are going to go into Snowwolfie versus Goldenpanzer, our Division 2 Grand Final of Season 2 of the WARNO League, the second to last game to be played this season, as both of these players have made quite the journey here to get to this point. And I'm once more joined by the lovely Chlorite here. So, yeah.
Hello, everybody. Hold on, I'm just going to move my microphone into a more preferential location. Here. Now it's going to be better.
Yeah, and Goldenpanzer and Snowwolfie here, getting through a couple of strong players as well. Snowwolfie going over Dark Neutron, Division 1 player from last season, with good run up until this point as well. Over Cringemeister, Goldenpanzer on the other side, beating Pibbat and Blitzwars, two Wargame veterans here. So, really strong show there. Up until now, both with some maps dropped here though. Not a clean sheet, not a pro-commie-like sweep of either of these players, but a hard, well-fought battle to get here. And I'm really excited to see what we see from these two, as with all Division 2 players that make it into the semifinal, they will qualify for Division 1 next season. So these guys here are now the up-and-comers. So I'm really looking forward to what we see here today, because we will see a lot more of these guys in the next season when they are in the top division. And it's going to be interesting to see the development up until this point, and then also the development for next season, when they will have to face the creme de la creme. So, yeah, Goldenpanzer versus Snowwolfie should be an interesting one here, for sure.
Yes, many philosophers of art and aesthetics will tell you that perfection is not beautiful. The true beauty comes from a complete product, along with the experiences of struggle, the imperfections, the surprises, the desperation. And that is not something we necessarily get with our top-of-the-line players in Division 1, at least not this late of the league season. And I want you to take this along with you when you're watching these finals here, because both Goldenpanzer and Snowwolfie are excellent players who have spent a lot of time and obviously want to be on the top. They want to be up there. And these are the emerging qualities in the community. This is what I am specifically interested on, not just because both of those players are some people that I have at one point beaten and probably couldn't do it again.
Yeah. Yeah, both for sure have come a long way. Like, we have seen quite a lot of Goldenpanzer and Snowwolfie over the last year or so, and it's really nice to see their development up until this point already. And yeah, it will be an exciting best of 5 here. We have the first couple of picks and bans already coming in. The maps gonna be Mount River. The maps banned are Hesse, Two Lakes, and Urban Frontlines. And the division bands coming in here now as well, with 2nd UK, 11th E, 5E, and 2nd Panzer being banned. So 2nd UK not being popular.
2nd UK, I mean, we two were in the Discord when the bans happened during the Division 1 Grand Finals, and we saw Pro Commie comment on the fact that 2nd UK was not banned against him, and I think this has been noted by both Goldenpanzer and Snowwolfie, that this the danger of a player just going out there and trying to copy Pro Commie with this extremely powerful tactic. I mean, is that unsportsmanship like? I don't think so. I mean, you want to win, you go and you look for the best. So pre-banning 2nd UK is obviously probably a good idea.
Yeah, and both players here also now going to more likely trending towards some of the American or Soviet divisions here, with 2nd Panzergrenadier, 2nd UK, and the 2 French divisions banned. So it's gonna be interesting. First pick here by Goldenpanzer, 39th Guards, so a classic jack of all trades Soviet division pick there. What do you see as a current counter to that? Does 39th have a real counter, or is it just you pick a division that just feels comfortable and play that against it?
Was 2nd Panzergrenadier banned right now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so then that could be it. I mean, the problem with 39th is that 39th has been seen in the league quite a few times as a surprise air rush division. It has the Su-25s, the Su-27s, and it has a lot of helicopters, so it can start out surprisingly. So whoever is getting a division is going to bet on this. So personally, I could maybe try to counter this feel by getting something very air heavy, trying to aggro against 39th, because in that case, if you start out air heavy and they are trying to do some kind of an air attack, this immediately puts them on a back foot. But on the other hand, yeah, I don't. I mean, if you can't have your standard mid game attacks, I would probably personally go with something like 24th, which will be able to kind of cheaply contest the smaller but still very good tank tab of the of 39th, but it has the air assets and the AA to contest with any potential cheese. If you're playing the 39th isn't generally taken so that you can play just a standard game with it. The artillery kind of the pushing for artillery is one of these tactics, and pushing for air is one of the others. Doing rushes with something like recon infantry, could maybe Medi would do that. I don't know. And of course, you can play most heavy tank divisions. You can play 3rd Armored, you can play 5th, you can play 5E. You can play it all against them, but if 39th has a cheese or kind of any tricks that it can counter you immediately in the early game, then you are in a bad spot generally playing standard.
Yeah, and we have 76 here as the division of choice against it. So yeah, it's weakness in recon and forward deploy. That's most likely what will be here exploited, because it's a ATAP since the OSA buff lately. Since the OSA went back to being an absolute beast against helicopters, but also pretty good against aircraft, together with 4 coups of 2 cards each. Like 2 cards of 4 coups. I feel like you can deal with the air tap of the enemy there quite nicely. the Strela 1s and Strela 10s getting availability buff as well. Like, this deck is pretty good against aircraft from the ground, but 76 has that forward deploy advantage.
League South
So
39th 4T win.
yeah, 39 versus 76, that is going to be a really hot engagement here, as it's going to be really explosive from the get-go, I think.
Yeah, this is the problem, that now if the 39th player was thinking of doing something wacky, now that they are facing very air heavy but helicopter light division, they can just play around that. They can invest in the helicopters of their own, knowing that their opponent doesn't necessarily have the planes to hunt them down effectively, and they can at the same time invest into a lot of coups, so that if the enemy starts sending Su-24s or MiG-31s after your helicopters, the coups will be able to get some good shots at them. And that is the power of versatility here. Suddenly the game is completely for the 76th to prove itself. The 76th will be able to spam enough high-level ATGMs to fight against the tank tab, which means that kind of like an immediate mech attack in the mid game is likely not going to work out. But tweaking your 39th division to have a little bit extra artillery might pay itself out when you're dealing with these fortified Deschaltnikis.
Yeah, the BMD3s, the spam of BMP2s with good infantry, it's gonna be quite interesting. It's gonna also especially be quite interesting as we just got this division nerfed quite decently. Like, it got nerfed to its aircraft, it got nerfed to its recon infantry. So it's gonna be interesting to see how 76 plays now, the MiG-31s being a lot more expensive, or a decent bit more expensive, so that is for sure a small nerf to this division. The recon Spetsrat Red Gun not being as OP anymore. Like, they maybe even be not worthwhile bringing anymore. Like, 20 points is quite the nerf there, from 100 to 120. And that might be so that you just take them out. And yeah, this division is still strong, but it's gonna be interesting to see what we're gonna get here.
Yeah, do the Spetsnazvedka even get 5 or 6 E-class? I think they get 4, and for that price, that price, you might just want to give them the 5th one, just to compensate for the price nerf.
Yeah, we're gonna get into a game here soon, and if you want to use the downtime, guys, use it to maybe check out Chloe's channel, maybe check out the Matcherino page here, as we have that one still up. So if you want to support the tournament, check out the Matcherino page over here. It's gonna be a prize pool for these two players as well. If you want to support Division 3 a bit as well, get us another 25 bucks in here, and then the Division 3 winners will be part of the earnings as well, with a nice little $20 prize pool there, $25 for the winner of this game here. So that is going to be interesting. And yep, Snowwolfie and Goldenpanzer here getting ready. So yep, leave some love here. And
so when it comes to the Mount River, I think Mount River is, because it is a small and concentrated map, it does kind of help the coups to be relevant without having to use them carelessly. The reinforcement routes aren't that long, not as long as they can be, and the positions tend to be pretty close to another, outside of course, crossing the lakes. And I think that the 76th with the special forces, especially having the Spetsgruppe V, which can engage really effectively against recon units and even standard line infantry, the forward deployment will be able to buy 76th probably at least some kind of daring ATGM positions. Getting into some buildings, getting recon in the enemy's backline to help you organize your defenses. All of this is something that the forward deployment advantage can give you. If the forward deployment advantage is played safely, that will still force 39th into an offensive position to start out with a tick, but likely will allow Goldenpanzer to play this kind of a steady build-up game, getting some artillery, getting some coups, and by the time the tanks start moving forward and the 76 responds with LGB planes, you want to have like 3 cubes at the minimum firing at them. And those engagements, even though they may not immediately go to Goldenpanzer's favor, those engagements will on long term help Goldenpanzer trade away the very expensive air tab with these very cheap cubes.
Yeah, 76 versus 39 for sure. Gonna be a matchup of endurance for the 39, as they are the way better scaling division in the late game. But they need to be sure that they can get into the combined arms warfare they want to get into, as otherwise 76 will just run them over with all the air power and all the whole power of their really cheap, cost-efficient, mechanized early forces as well, with the BMD-2s and cheap artillery with the Nonas, and really, really good infantry with the Spetsnaz with the Spätskruppers. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this goes now.
Yeah, I can't immediately remember who was the player who got those amazing backline recon actions with the Fallschirmaufklärer. Was that Woe Is Me, actually? Somebody playing 2nd Panzergrenadier. Anyways, we've seen forward deployment players who try to exploit the advantage, try to push through the lines from the very start. And that can, if the heavier player, the 39th player in this case, invests into something expensive like a tank early on, and it immediately gets taken out by an airplane, and it immediately kind of putting a hole into the heavier players' defenses, this can pose a situation in which the more aggressive player can just try to get into the back lines, try to get units to hunt down enemies when they are reinforcing, try to send in helicopters, knowing that it's going to be unpractical to buy an immediate plane with a plane tab as expensive as 39s, considering it has depends if they run the Su-20 25s or not. They are going to run the Su-27s most likely, and yeah, you can try to exploit your advantage. The map is designed for that, I think. But yeah, it really does depend on as 76 generally. Does the forward deployment go far enough to allow for a new kind of gameplay, or is it just the case of taking and turtling on the couple of tactical positions? Of course, one of these is significantly more risky than the other.
Yeah. And we start to get some Monteverdvetkas here from the get-go. We start to get some RT Verdvetkas. Gonna be interesting to see if any real value will be gotten out of the second trade here. Though outside of that, they are still a decent recon unit, very good optics, and RPG, which just got buffed a bit with the extra range. So yeah, Spetsnaz GRUs and Spätskruppe V here, those are just so scary. Like, they will shred any recon infantry that they could come up against here. The Mod Verdvetkas don't really stand a chance, so Verdvetka even less so. So Goldenpanzer will need to get those BMPs online, will need to maybe get some helicopters around as well, and try to deal with them that way. So yeah, how would you approach this S39 on this map?
I would play as defensively as possible. I would try to do the minimum amount of defense and try to position my units in situations where they can engage the enemy on long range. Something like the KPV, the machine gun armed recon jeeps, for instance, they can be used to screen and to position them maybe a little bit further to try to gain some free ground and suppress an enemy infantry unit or recon unit. But on the other side, I would probably just keep my units safely in the back lines, trying to contest Anna, not even trying to contest the middle. The having Anna protected with some units on long ranges with recon unit spotting, and then just try to dare the enemy to push forward, try to dare the enemy to move away from their defensible positions, from their stealth providing buildings, and while I am daring the enemy to do that, building up a core group of mechanized forces, supported maybe by a couple of helicopters, couple of Su-25s, couple of maybe a self-propelled gun or something, and by the time the point sticker hits 1000 or 800 or the game timer hits 15 minutes, whatever, then engaging. So trying to keep a recon vision all around the map to spot if the enemy is trying to do something and then not really do anything for a while. But of course, that is for Snowwolfie to decide if they want to allow that kind of gameplay. The defensive gameplay, of course, is designed to fight against breakthroughs while contesting Anna. And if, for instance, if the middle is left defended by a minimal group of units, it's kind of unlikely that the enemy infantry is going to move away from the middle position. So you can try to, in this way, you can kind of psychologically warfare yourself into having superiority at Anna, even though the enemy has really good units to fight in there. I don't know if that made sense, but yeah.
Yeah, and we will get surprisingly few BMPs here at the beginning. And what we see instead is a decent amount of AA going to try to set that network up, whilst being a more defensive setup here in general from Goldenpanzer, including some ATGM carriers here with the Storm. The Storm might be a great weapon here. It can one-shot all the vehicles on the other side with the Cocan, and the Cocan is faster and has more range than the ATGMs of all the BMPs on the other side. So that could be the vehicle here to trade up with against all those IFVs, especially as the BMD2 also doesn't have smoke, so it can't just dodge the missiles that way. But how do you feel about the Storm? It has been nerfed lately. Do you feel like this might be a good strategy here, or do you think on this map it's a bit too costly for what it can do here?
I think the Storm is good to have around. You can't really rely on it too much. It doesn't have armor to survive any hits, really. It's not fast enough. It doesn't have smoke, which is very, very important. But having it on your defense, especially doing the kind of long-range defense work that I was talking about, have a couple of coops behind it so the enemy doesn't, even if the enemy spots it because it has bad stealth, actually has mediocre stealth. Well, even if the enemy spots it, have a couple of coops behind it to trade against the enemy planes, and if the coops get hit against the bombers, your Sturm has already paid for itself. But it's true that it could be a more practical vehicle. It generally, if you're attacking, you may want to have them behind your T-80s, but in this case, I think it's a good choice to pair it with some recon units and also like an infantry ATGM team in a more stealthy location, so that even if it gets tank shot or rocketed out, your defense doesn't collapse. If you look down south, we can see Snowwolfie is investing 2 infantry units to defend here, while Goldenpanzer is investing significantly more. But Goldenpanzer having an extra leader, a BMP2 to work with the recon, could possibly get some trades if Goldenpanzer wants to push or kind of test around the southern area. I think if it gets recon on the amount of troops that Snowwolfie has put on the northern side of the map, that should be an immediate reaction from Goldenpanzer to try to push to Olga, even if just to spread out the line. And that might be happening here. The defenses that I was talking about are pretty much exactly as I would do it defensively, but even more so. If you look at Anna, the buildings around Anna are not even contested from Goldenpanzer. Goldenpanzer is willing to bleed the ticks even faster to not have the engagement happen.
Yeah, I don't think you can really take with your forward units against that. So if you don't get a BMP2 ball or some other fire support, it's hard to get there, but Olga might be in reach. A unit that I will have my eye on in this series for sure is going to be the BTRD, maybe the most buffed unit in the last patch, as it has 2 7mm that got more range, and an AGS that got a bit more firepower. It was one of the worst transport units beforehand though, so it absolutely needed some buffs. Gonna be interesting to see if the BTRDs now really pay off, and what they can do here, as Snowwolfie is about to take the middle here. BRDM coming around, BMP1 will grab the north, Spetsnaz GRU and BMD2s here rushing in as well, and yeah, Goldenpanzer will need to be careful to not lose too many units to the take immediately. Oh no! Motostrelki Comrade in the south, not unloading in Leonid. That is a
Oh,
mistake.
no, that was bad. Oh, damn. Oh, maybe no, I don't. I mean, if there
Now
was
he
like a one
realizes it.
extra unit,
Fixing
but
the issue now.
yeah.
T80B being brought in the end there with the deployment. That is an interesting choice. I think I would have preferred BMP2s over one of these tanks here, but I feel like if you use it correctly, it still can do a lot of work here. Question is just, can it be protected early on? And what can it do here as a lot of Conquerors start flying, start hitting some UATs there though. Nothing of importance has been killed off on either side yet, and Goldenpanzer actually somehow on a +1 right now, as Snowwolfie is not rushing the CB forward.
Yes, Snowwolfie actually might have losing some time with the command unit micro, losing some points here. Yeah, the importantly, Snowwolfie Spetsnaz GRU has spotted both the Sturm, the Kub, and the T80, so it does have an understanding of where the most of the points are here. The Descending Conquerors actually taking a shot against the UAS. The Spetsnaz grew. This is excellent. The Akatsiya has been taken in to fire at the Spetsnaz crew, immediately recognizing that this is the most obvious and most powerful location for a recon unit. So even if there wasn't a straight up, I mean, they did see the truck moving out there, but you immediately want to take care of that. Now, suddenly, if the tanks want to move forward a little bit, the Spetsnaz won't immediately spot them and let all the missile and air units converge around killing the tank.
Yeah, Motostrelki's pushing forward in the north. Spetsnaz GRU and Spets Coopers there on the other side though, so the infantry on their own won't be able to win this, but here we go. The BMP2 numbers will now rise, and I feel like that's really what you need to get online here as Goldenpanzer. Artillery plus a good amount of strong IFVs, plus maybe 1 or 2 T80s. Sounds like the ball of mechanized warfare that you want to have to deal with this division on the other side here, especially under the umbrella of 2 or 3 coups later on. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how much time Goldenpanzer will get for this, as Snowwolfie now slowly starts to get the tick up here. +2 is online with a capture of the middle. It would go up to a +4, and that's only a 12-minute timer then for a Goldenpanzer to stop the tick. So interesting to see. First Su-24 seat out as well. You don't want to keep the coups online. The coups currently are online. Yeah, you usually want to keep your radar AA off and then turn it on. Okay, it got turned off now. Radar micro here, super important. And the Su-24 is down. Really good micro there by Goldenpanzer. Seaplane wasted like this. You don't want to just bring a seaplane in. And we have talked about it many times before. This is one of the worst map to air spam on, as the front line is so narrow. And yeah, Goldenpanzer here with a really important kill.
Yeah, something to very notable here is that all of Goldenpanzer's line infantry so far has been taken on 0 vet. The BMP2 infantry is on 0 vet, the Saperis are 0 vet, the Motostrelki Metis are 0 vet. I think it was very good for Goldenpanzer to immediately move away from the engagement after it met the Spetsgruppe V in the zone, because these 0 vet infantry cannot contest against even the base level Desantniki. The superiority is necessary here.
Bombing run in the south, getting a bit of damage, but actually not getting any massive kills there with the TRM, and even getting hit by the Igla. The Iglas here of Goldenpanzer with some lucky hits there, as we also now have some Storm. Oh, BMD1, can it get killed? Oh, that would be so big. It escapes for now though, breaking line of sight. BMD1 will get into the middle. That would have been a fantastic kill here, buying Goldenpanzer more time, stopping Snowwolfie from going up to the +4, but that will now happen as the BMD1 will get in there, and that means that 12-minute or 11-minute timer then will become reality here for Goldenpanzer, who is starting to move out with the BMP2s now in the middle.
Yeah, now, so perfect example of fire superiority is getting shown here with this Desantniki Metis and Spetsgruppe V having to face these units moving on open ground, so they will have a long-range line of sight towards these buildings, with the BMP-2s and T-80s waiting behind here. This is the logic of zero-vet units, is that you get numbers here and you get survivability. So if Goldenpanzer's tactic here is to keep sending kind of standard, reliable zero-vet attack supported by standard vet tanks, that might trade itself pretty decently against the more expensive infantry of Snowwolfie. But even then, I do think that you're just risking, unless you play exactly into the numbers, your unit's just not going to be as reliable when they're on zero veterancy. So SU-24
SU-24 HE with a really good bombing run there. That's a lot of infantry. That's 3 infantry units taken off the field. Third coup coming online. The coups not getting the hits. It's once more the Eagle actually that gets a bit of damage in there. So the S-24 will be out for a while, but the infantry push here getting flattened as it's just a bit too bunched up. Acacia at least most likely gonna get kill on the Conquerors there. And the T-80s is still alive, but 2 or 3 BMP-2s already down. Another one here now under fire. And the infantry stopped from pushing into the center here, so Snowwolfie there with an important air run, whilst the Acacia searches for new targets here, for Dejanikis, for the Conquerors, and the BMP-2s will have to wait for more reinforcements.
Yeah, suddenly Goldenpanzer is really happy that those were zero-vet units. Meanwhile, Snowwolfie is buying reinforcements down south to maybe start to pressure around here, but the BMP-2 as well as its reinforcements are more than capable of shutting this down, I think. The artillery has been doing some amazing damage. The SPG Acacia has been taken in really close. And if it wasn't for that bombing, I think Goldenpanzer would likely be on the zone already. The second wave of infantry coming in here are gonna be here in like a minute or two, and also supported by the command tank. So if this goes well, it might not, the bombing might not have made the points end result that much different, as the T-80 was always coming to capture the point. A Shmel UAV has been brought and is flying around down south, but there is a pretty close by Coop missile system that might take it out if it gets spotted.
Yeah, the Eagle are also pretty close by, so the Shmel has to be careful, but yeah, recon drone here out and about, trying to get some more intel in, whilst up north we have Goldenpanzer with a decent amount of setup now, but lost some BMP-2s there up there. And the BMP-2 number has dropped significantly again. More coming in though, more BTRs coming in as well. And the T-80 BMP-2 push, if you can keep them safe with the coup ball around them and just shoot down any plane coming in too close, then I feel like that death ball of armor should work out. Though not if you waste the BMP-2s time and again against the Conquerors that you know is there.
Yeah, finally some Veterancy 1 Motostrelki coming in BTRs to the middle here.
TRM gets hit once more by the Igla, gets killed off here. Conquerors and Igla team getting killed, but the Su-25 going down against it. That is absolutely worthwhile. The coup is now moving away, so the LGB bomber that tries to snipe it here, I don't think it's on target. Yeah, no, it misses, and the coup will survive. Yeah, you want to keep those coups moving. You don't want to get killed by the LGB. The LGB is still potentially getting hunted here, though, as the drone is flying across it all and finds the coup here in the real line once more. 2 bombs coming out, 2 kills here. Su-25 LGB, 24 LGB successful there. So in the end, an okay trade for Snowwolfie, but Goldenpanzer still got a kill on an expensive plane there. Just needs to be careful here now. Su-27 hunting for the drone, important kill there. Can now move out. Don't think there's a MiG-31 on the other side just yet. But yeah, you need to keep your coup network up. Getting some Su-27s here as high quality planes in as well is pretty key, as the BMP-2s now start to move in the center. Conquerors has been taken out, and it might now be the time for Goldenpanzer to finally take this over.
Yeah, the 1,000 points limit that I was pointing out earlier has been reached pretty fast with the +4, and Snowwolfie succeeding. Snowwolfie playing very smartly and using the air units in the area where there are least coups. This allowed the aircraft to actually make a difference, breaking through here to Leonid and immediately drawing away from any reinforcements that Goldenpanzer might want to buy in a minute or two. These units will have to the reinforcements to defend Leonid are critical, and so the troops that Goldenpanzer has here are the troops that they have right here. So hitting and taking out maybe 1 or 2 coups could actually maybe snowball quite a bit. The points are being spent into a helicopter task force, which is pretty smart considering there is only a single AA unit, but the BMD2s with their cannons will be able to fire against these helicopters effectively if the helicopters are miscontrolled.
Yeah, Akatsia now aiming to the south already as well, as we stop the tick for now with Goldenpanzer reaching the middle here. Modradvedka.
Another LGB plane is up.
BRDM conquers with a side shot, with a rear shot, maybe even against the T-80. Yes, T-80B there with fast move, being moved really badly by Goldenpanzer. Getting killed off by Conquerors. That's not how you want to lose them there. ZSU now pushing forward as well. The Mi-24's in trouble, as the artillery not getting on target. Mi-24 trying to get the ATGM on target. It finds the kill there. BMDs are down. Only one BMD-1 still around, but Goldenpanzer currently can't attack. MiG-31 in the sky versus Su-27. Chances are that the Su-27 will get out alive because the accuracy of the MiG-31 is pretty low, and the ECM on the Su-27 is decent with 30%. So single MiG-31 needs to get some lucky shots to get the kill there. It needs to get out of here. Ooh, MiG-31 lost. That's a 300-point plane down. So if Snowwolfie doesn't finish the game anytime soon, those air losses really will hunt them here.
Yeah, the Su-27 managed to get a long-range shot into the LGB-2 plane, which hadn't dropped any of its bombs. So the LGB-2 plane is out of action, even more so, and then trading up against the MiG-31. This is amazingly going. The AA is working out so well for Goldenpanzer, as is to be expected. The coups are very good and reliable. There is even a vetted up elite coup here, actually, and the Motostrelki commander striking against the BRDM2 attempting a breakthrough, the rest of the Snowwolfie's infantry trying to move away kind of riskily, getting paid by taking a free BMP2 by the Desantniki, or maybe not taking. Yeah, missing 2 shots so far. BMP actually managing to run off. I was just saying that the helicopters need to be brought up to be part of these engagements. Leonid doesn't have that much defending it, and it can be taken pretty fast.
BMP2 smoking off now. Conquerors in the north got killed by the artillery, and yes, Goldenpanzer needs to get back into the Leonid, but the Akatsi are doing a really good job. The airplay here really well done so far as well. Though the ground play of Snowwolfie, not bad either. The Conqueror's positioning is nice. The push in the south was really important. That for sure is key here right now. If that push wouldn't have come out of Snowwolfie, I would say Goldenpanzer would be in an amazing spot right now, with no take going on at all. But the +2 take here is really crucial. That is what is Snowwolfie's way to victory here. Even but if it might not quite get them to the 2,000 points, it might still get them so many points that Goldenpanzer might not be able to get them back in the later stages. And BMD2s here now under fire in the middle by Conquerors. T-80s doing a decent job as well, but Snowwolfie keeping up the pressure for now.
Yeah, and as you were saying, even though the 39th is the better division in the late game, the likelihood that 39th will be able to get some kind of a breakthrough and get the 1,800 points or whatever it is that Snowwolfie is getting here, that likelihood is decreased significantly if Snowwolfie's aircraft are still up. The aircraft are the expensive stuff. They are the golden geese that can't be used irresponsibly. especially not when there are Coups and Su-27s in the sky. Just bad luck might cripple you, but risky play can destroy your late game. And even though we're seeing Snowwolfie play reasonably responsibly, not overextending too much, sending in these well planned out groups of units right now, immediately taking out the recon helicopter, which was crucial for the MiG-27 LGB to be able to target something, but it still targets, strikes at the only AA unit, at least for the moment. There will be a Eagler in just a moment.
Ooh, Su-24 going too deep though. Su-27 coming in with great micro there, and Su-24 is down. Gets a BMP-2 killed, but the TADBVK is still down there. We still have Acacia fire here in the south, though the Conquerors and the BRDM Conquerors both will be able to escape for now. So the vehicles here still strong. In Igla with AA coming up as well. 7-minute timer here. So Goldenpanzer will need to do something, but Goldenpanzer now really far ahead in points. Su-27 here engaging the Schmel as well. Can it get the kill there? It should be able to. Yeah, 0 ECM and low hit points. MiG-31 AA1 on the other side once more. This one getting really close, so range stacking might allow it to get the kill here. It just does it with the gun here. Su-27 going down. MiG-31 flying over the coops here, really close as well though. And it gets gunned down as well, and that's another good trade here. Yeah, Su-27 is expensive, but MiG-31 is even more so. So Goldenpanzer really cleaning up the air here right now.
Yeah, and if Goldenpanzer loses the Su-27s, the Coups will still be around. If Snowwolfie loses the MiG-31s, that is all long-range AA that's coming. Another 300-point, super expensive Su-24 MC'd with the 2 very long-range and very accurate siege missiles. Flying this thing against the Coups is value, but unless Goldenpanzer micros the radar off and on, having the seed plate on its own does nothing. You need to run it with bombers. You need to run it with something that is going to force Goldenpanzer or entice Goldenpanzer to actually fire those missiles.
Yeah. The seed is only worth it if it either forces the enemy to keep the AA turned off the whole time, or if they turn it on, just punishes them and kills them. So if you don't have any LGBs or so with it, it's not really a great unit to have around. So the investment into the second one here, I don't like that much, as Goldenpanzer is about to stop the tick in the south now, and there is not that much stopping this slowly growing ball of death in the south here now. So the Olga rear point here of Snowwolfie is in danger. Okay, there we go. We have a Su-24 HE and an LGB. Okay, so heavy investment here again. But we have Su-27s, 2 more Coups coming around on the other side as well. Oh, MiG-31 with a lucky long-range shot. This is big.
Incredible.
Seed plane not around here with the right strike though. And Coups have spotted it before. Immediately turned off after getting a good hit against the Su-24. Su-24 with a good bombing run. But great anti-seed micro here by the Coups. LGB coming around now. Gets hit immediately as well. Gets the kill onto a BMP-2 here in the south. T-80's still safe. Seed plane gets hit as well.
Oh my
All those
God.
planes are out for a long while. This is really important for Goldenpanzer here.
Off.
The high veterancy on the coup. This is a 3 veterancy coup. It went from 45 to 60% accuracy thanks to that. And yeah, this is a key one here.
This is something. I mean, like, the Coups are a reliable choice, but like, I will admit, Snowwolfie did not play this perfectly, even though I did bet my points on Snowwolfie, for the record. The Coups are doing such great work, and all of those planes are planes that are not going to dive this Mi-24P, which is one of the better and more destructive gunships available for the Soviets. It is both armored and capable of fast and long range engaging any vehicles that are spotted here in its path, and it has the rocket, so it can easily flush out infantry squads even if they are in buildings. There is a MiG-31 flying around here, and it might actually go and try to take a dive if it's brave. But yeah, this is so far even though this might not look that much from the numbers, the positions here, Goldenpanzer is going to break through to the back point. I don't see another alternative. Maybe the BMD3s are going to be able to position themselves and slow the enemy into the choke point currently held by the BMD1 leader. But yeah, this is there just isn't that much to fight against two tanks, and now the Mi-24 gets taken out by the MiG-31. MiG-31 getting 9 damage from a Kub hit, so it's probably not going to be around for a while. Once again, requiring another 275 points invested from Snowwolfie if they want to quickly intercept an enemy plane, for instance.
Yeah, and we have double Acacia here in the middle. The Motostrelki Comrade buffing up the Kubes, buffing up the Acacia. I really like that play from Goldenpanzer. The Kub, it really paid off there. The extra aim time, the extra accuracy. And on the Acacia, I think the extra aim time has allowed a couple of decent shots as well already, that otherwise wouldn't have been possible. So, Goldenpanzer here, really nice setup here for this combined arms play. The ADBs now becoming more numerous, Motostrelkis coming around everywhere as well, and I like that we have TADBs and not the BVs, as the extra hit points on the BV here in this matchup not really that important, as the B has the same kind of damage output against all the other things on the other side, so going for a bit cheaper, both die against the LGB, and the B is just a bit more replaceable.
Yeah, if you look up north, there were some infantry reinforcements and a leader sent to accompany Snowwolfie's battle group up north. But that's actually it's a quite of an interesting place. Like Snowwolfie is not there. It's not a good position to move out. They could try to start moving in front and attack fortified enemy infantry, and then try to grind themselves to Boris. But that would be kind of a waste of resources. And even if they get to Boris, that will allow Goldenpanzer with a more mechanized force to attack from the south and get to those points. So there's no incentive to really move out with all of these points that are stacked into the north. And this is kind of an unlikely payoff of Goldenpanzer relegating and not trying to contest those units. Those are all of those units could be fortifying and trying to capture back the middle maybe, but it's not practical to move them away from there.
Yeah, Dejanniki's here getting hurt in the building nicely as well. They will be able to finish off the Motostrelki, but the Acacias here doing a decent job non-stop. More MTLBs and BTRs coming in here on the side of Goldenpanzer. I'm not sure if I love the Storms. The Storm is a good defensive weapon in the right position, but Goldenpanzer needs to think about the offense here more than the defense at this point, I would say. So getting two of those in the middle is a bit of a weird choice for me. Dejanniki here being targeted against. The Motostrelki actually surviving, while Snowwolfie is getting more infantry units, more BMDs in here, just trying to get a defensive position in. Wonder if Goldenpanzer also, next to the Acacias, also brings in the Grads, as those could be really helpful now in the north, cleaning out the Alpha point.
Yeah, Goldenpanzer losing the helicopter is an obvious motivator to stop the attack down south, but now that the exploitation didn't happen, the most fortifiable location has been fortified by Snowwolfie. The Rasvetka BMD3 is engaging the BMP2, likely going to get the kill here, and there's so many ATGMs now that it's inefficient to attack this with tanks. And if this position could have been taken or contested, the infantry fights would have likely gone for Goldenpanzer with his fire superiority. But instead, we are looking at just kind of putting even defense in depth, like putting units in the back lines here, having a Motostrelki commander even. I think this is a situation in which timidness is getting punished, but Snowwolfie is actually trying to push with these BMDs. They will be able to do firepower, but I think that's an overextension. Any hit from a tank gun will take those things out.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Storms going down in the middle. Completely waste of point here. Goldenpanzer Storms, they're getting completely wasted. And really, they are a defensive unit. Using them this offensively is just not going to work out. And he bought two more. I really question those Sturm investments here right now, as I feel like more BMP-2s, more infantry units, even more T-80s would be the better investment here at this point. Just something that also can fire on all the soft targets that you're up against. Maybe more artillery, but AT long-range weapons that can't be pushed aggressively are just not something that you need when you only have 14 minutes remaining now to get 1,500 points back. And the T-80B here in the south got a good kill on all the BMP-3s, is now under fire by the Dejaniki though, and it is not disengaging yet. Will try to smoke off here. Oh, it has engine destroyed. It couldn't run anymore. So the T-80B in the end still gets caught here. Good kill there for Snowwolfie, as that means that Olga is a bit harder to push here for Goldenpanzer. Goldenpanzer should go for it nonetheless at this stage, as Goldenpanzer needs points, and he needs them soon. And I have the fear that Goldenpanzer is playing a bit too slowly here now, and will just run out of time.
Exactly. Yeah, this all are kind of full spectrum attack of trying to attack, slightly attacking up north, slightly attacking down south. This is actually draining Goldenpanzer's resources. They are not the units that are being lost. The engagements that are being had are, even despite the amazing trade-up happening against the enemy air tab, you have already taken out 2 LGB bombers. You are supposed to exploit this location by concentrating a force of units to break through your enemy. If you allow these medium-sized or low-intensity engagement to happen, the one on the defense will kind of just be able to attrition you away. Now we're seeing Nona firing smoke and pushing with this Desalniki Usilenia, these infantry units, only infantry units in the game, which have 2 anti-tank rocket launchers, by the way. And if those things get into firing range of 675 meters, they will be able to basically insta-stun even the heaviest tanks. So these kind of breakthroughs can happen here when the enemy has been able to grind you down so hard. A third maybe LGB-2 bomber coming here this time with the siege.
The T-80BV in trouble. LGB at least losing line of sight, but the Dejan Oleni still getting the kill there in the middle. And the BMP-2K is actually setting up for the middle push here. Is there? Yeah, there is the Motostrelki leader here in the middle. The Mi-24 also helping out, obviously, right now. The MiG-31 got killed off before it could finish off the plane in the middle. The MiG-27 here trying to gun run this all a bit. Mi-24 VP with its 23mm there getting involved, but more reinforcements here needed for the middle right now for Goldenpanzer. Goldenpanzer getting the civilian through north, starting a +1 situation here now. But the BMP-2, oh, it gets stunned by the Mi-24. Mi-24 still having a lot of Kokon missiles. Might want to go up again. Try to get the kill there. Yeah, BMP-2K going down, so no capture of the middle here for Snowwolfie, and Goldenpanzer starts to get a tick online here. +2 now. Keeps up the pressure in the north, but there is still a lot of Snowwolfie up there. The south, I feel like, might be the more vulnerable position right now.
Yeah, the 1,600 point lead currently, or the 1,500 point lead, is now starting to pay off for Snowwolfie, because Goldenpanzer needs at least a +4. So this means that just holding this position is not enough. It needs to go further, and needs to go crucially further. And currently, the only areas that can be pushed are heavily fortified with very good infantry, very good ATGMs, and the one area in which is holding all of this together, which is the middle, needs to be reinforced immediately. The slowness of the gameplay has forced Goldenpanzer into a situation where it basically just is kind of getting grinded out. The strategy was which was given by Churchill, they wanted to do instead of D-Day, was to play, quote, hardball, which basically meant grinding down Germany and the Axis powers, fighting on secondary fronts, never allowing a decisive battle. And this was not what was done, but this has been the tactic that Snowwolfie has managed to get themselves back into the game, even after Goldenpanzer's amazing trades against the aircraft and excellent mechanized pushes that happened just some 10 minutes ago.
Well, we are on a +2 though already, so at least Goldenpanzer is reducing the deficit that he needs to close in, and there is still room for a massive breakthrough here with 9 minutes remaining. And there is still enough CVs, there is still enough pushing power that even maybe a complete breakthrough into Ivan in the north could be powerful. So this game could be going down to the last couple of minutes. MTLB Storms being used aggressively in the north again. And yeah, the lack of smoke, the lack of speed just means that those units are not good for aggressive usage. You should really not buy them for that. BMP2 is doing that a lot better. But we see Motostrelkis here now being brought into the middle. KDBV rotating around here as well. The Acacias using their guns here all over the place again. More BMP2s being brought up. And still no movement in the south though. Goldenpanzer will need to get the math done here soon. That he needs to get more points. And need to find more ways of getting that. Not pushing for Olga here all game. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes by Goldenpanzer. As putting some extra pressure here into Snowwolfie in the south, I think would make Snowwolfie weaker across the board.
Yeah, every minute, every second that is not +4 makes the +6 or +8 more necessary in the late game. Another Su-24 line bombing with the thermobaric comms, not actually releasing the bombs, but miraculously dodging the entire Koob line. Koob's getting a second shot here and taking the thermobaric bomb plane down. The 3 Acacias currently firing around. I think this will be kind of the contest of can this amount of equipment just out-HE damage Snowwolfie? Can this happen? I mean, it can do that, obviously. Can it do it in like 5 minutes? Okay, are the engagements that are happening right now, will Goldenpanzer control well enough not to get hit by sideline ATGMs, not to be taken out by planes? The Goldenpanzer needs to do so much damage because so much of its points are not doing anything. The southern defenses especially are just a big boondoggle that need to be activated.
Yeah. Difference now down to 1,200 points with 8 minutes remaining. The +2 will do another 700 points, 600 points here of extra points, but that means you will still need to get another 2 points here captured. The Olga point and the Paul point are the most obvious there. Acacias keeping up the damage, but I feel like the southern forces here absolutely should be able to get the breakthrough, especially if you maybe send up one more attack plane or so down there. Something that might be worthwhile investing here soon. And MiG-31 still in the sky. MiG-27 LGB gets killed off here. Gets its bombs at least on target. MiG-31 down as well, so helicopters might have it easier as well, but another couple of BMP2s now finally arriving here, whilst the Conqueror's still trying to hold the line. BMP2 still trying to hold the line. TADBVK starting to push through. Can Goldenpanzer do the job? Goldenpanzer still fighting over the center here. They should really look for more points, but they're not looking for more points. I don't know why players like this always don't quite realize what the objective is at this stage. Like,
yeah, I mean, when you're
he's
playing,
still playing too much for the KD at this point.
Yeah, when you're playing, you just want to win the engagement. That's what's in your mind. You are microing all around. You're trying to keep tabs on everything, and at the same time, you should also need to have a strategic mind and recognize all of these weaknesses that are very easy to see looking here from the spectator view. But when Goldenpanzer obviously pushing here up north knows that he has the superior attack, this is the one, this is going through, and that is kind of intoxicating for you as a player. You just want to do the thing that is working. You want to do it as well as possible.
Yeah, but WARNO is a game where you should not panic in the first 35 minutes, but there is a point where it's just, especially with decks like this, being the panic A-clicker actually pays off more. Like, just A-clicking everything forward and letting it do their thing and trying to get the W there. And that's now kind of what we see in the north now, everything just pushing through. And it could work out here. We have a decent amount of BMD2s on the other side as well. The Acacias should help out now in the south and the north, so that the rear point can be reached here. +4 is at least getting the gap filled in a bit better, but more is still needed. A +4 at this stage is not good enough here for Goldenpanzer. Goldenpanzer needs to get basically to Ivan now. Olga at this stage I think would still be enough, but you can't get there fast enough at this stage, so I believe they will need to go to Ivan, and that is possible now, but it's a lot harder than it would have been if this push would have come 3-4 minutes ago.
Yeah, a siege plane not get. Wait, did the siege plane kill something? No, I don't think so. Everything was just everything was the radar was all shut down. There.
Oh no, TADBVK getting killed off. We need a new CV here. The CV leader, the motorstruck leader in the rear needs to be loaded in right now. Right now. It's not loaded in. Come on, Goldenpanzer. CV leader needs to get the move on. BTR leader here. Motorstruck leaders, they are in the BTR. They need to start moving now. And they need to get to the point. A +4 won't be good enough. A +4 won't be good enough. Goldenpanzer still playing for the kills here, not playing for the points. Now starting to move some units around here. Motorstruck leaders getting in there, but I think 3 minutes 29, it's not gonna be good enough. The one in the south needs to get in here into the BTR as well. Needs to start moving. It doesn't have a motorstruck leader inside. The BTR is moving, but he hasn't gotten the leader in there yet. Yeah, he's trying to move it in now, but only 3 minutes remaining. Goldenpanzer forgot about the time. The timer here will win the game for Snowwolfie. This game, by all means, should be Goldenpanzer's, but Goldenpanzer really wasted it away by just being too timid and being too... like, having too much focus on the trades and not being focused enough on the point game. And, yeah, that is what WARNO is all about. And if you don't focus on the win condition will bite you.
Yeah, especially considering the amount of trading that's been happening, I think we will likely see that Goldenpanzer will have traded this excellently. And you can just look at the board. You can see that there's barely even reinforcements coming from Goldenpanzer here.
Oh no, Goldenpanzer is also still starting to be too safe here. This motorstruck leader, he should panic at this stage. Like, he should just panic move this thing and hope for the best. His click here has no chance of success. Yeah, he tries to be strategic about it, but there is 2 minutes 15 on the timer. You don't have time to be strategic about things anymore. And a panic click here might have worked out in the south if this BTR 60, for example, would have a leader inside. That would have gotten there. That would have gotten unloaded. That would have gotten some points. If the BTR leader in the north, it could have gotten through as well. Now it might reach there, sure, but it will be way too late, and it won't be able to get the points in anymore. So, Goldenpanzer not panicking when you need to panic. People need to learn that in the last 5 minutes you just need to panic forward. Just A-click everything you got. It doesn't matter what KD you have. The game doesn't care about KD. You need the points. Go for the points.
Yes, 10v10 mindset. You need to get rid of it. You need to be shameless. You need to be aggressive, much like the anime fans. This WARNO anime society may be daring to get just daring this game, using their aggressive tactics to keep Goldenpanzer kind of building up in an eternal defense. And wait, no, okay, well, the BTR was taking a detour there for a second, but no, yeah, this the trying to achieve perfection is the greatest enemy of success. Going back to my early comments about the beauty of imperfection, we can very clearly see how if you get really good at doing one thing, that thing might sink you. You might concentrate on that thing too much, and that is trading up and defending, using your artillery, doing careful engagements, and while throughout the game kind of losing the sense of the greater things, not recognizing that Goldenpanzer was holding the win condition on his hands for quite a long time during this game.
Yeah, and yeah, he just was so focused on the wins. And yes, the first 25 minutes of the game, that's what you need to do at 39. That's what you need to do, but you need to realize that that switch has to be turned off where you traded up so far, you don't need to care about trades anymore. The 76 is so far behind you in trades, it won't ever catch up anyways at this stage. And you see that here, 2,200, but the victory is still Snowwolfie's, as Snowwolfie got the victory points on the battlefield. And just deserved the victory here because they focused on the win condition, whilst Goldenpanzer focused on something else here, and that doesn't give you anything.
Yeah, if you want to play this defensively, the difference here was Goldenpanzer going to start out the game by contesting one of the zones or not? And they chose not, which meant that the game was always going to be under the +4 umbrella. And that is a risk. If you play like that, you need to, if you are daring in that way, if you are taking the risk, you need to lean on it. You can't take the risk and then be timid behind it.
Yes, and the 76 here, Snowwolfie didn't play a good air game. I would argue
Nope.
Snowwolfie played a really terrible air game here. The 76 air tap, kind of more a hindrance than an addition, but the ground game with the BMP2s and the Conquerors was played well enough, keeping up with the enemy of the zones. And yeah, the Acacias, the Coops here, having long kill lists on the side of Goldenpanzer, getting this KD to the really big advantage of over 2,000 points in the end. But that doesn't matter if you just don't get your CVs forward, and if you don't just go for the dash to the wire in the last couple of minutes to get those big point leads. Like, if you get to this +8, if you push for the rear zone here, yeah, you take up really quick in the last 3-4 minutes. But if you don't even attempt to get there, and like, even if the Motostruckies would have gotten through, it wouldn't have been enough points here at this stage, then you just can't set yourself up for success. You will always be the one that is grumpy about the game, because you have those KDs, and why did you lose? Like, there's a couple of people out there that post good KD losses all the time, and it's like, yeah, good for you, but you don't play the win condition, so yeah, don't be grumpy when you lose. And
Yeah,
Snowwolfie
like remember,
just absolutely did it better here.
yeah, remember back in Hearthstone when people used to say health is a resource, so you trade away your health to get a victory in some other way. The points are also a resource, of course. You can spend your victory points to gain an advantage on the board, which was what Goldenpanzer was trying to do. But the units, they're also a resource. The point of the game is to get the victory. If you get too attached to your units, you will be a compassionate human being, but not a suitable military leader. You need to treat your units as exactly such. They are units. They are not individuals. You don't need to care for them.
Yeah, good victory here. We're gonna have Vertigo as map number 2. Bands already starting. Second British, second German Panzergrenadier, and 11th E already banned again. Let's see if Snowwolfie keeps it going with the 5th plane day, or if they maybe play the 5th plane day this time around. Like, we might get the same bans as last time. Other valuable ban on this map might be 3rd US or 11th ACAF. Vertigo, obviously a pretty armored-centric division map, but it's gonna be interesting to see what we will get here out of those two on Vertigo.
Yeah, excuse me, I was getting some water. What did you say that the bans were?
The classic, the same as last time. 2nd Panzergrenadier, 2nd UK, and then we got the 11th Para so far banned as well. Which is an interesting ban, because we haven't seen 11th Para being played in a long time. So, it's... like, we get it banned all the time. And I still don't quite get why, because we haven't seen it. So I wonder what exactly... Is it just because this division is so annoying, or is it really that strong at the same time as well?
I think some people may feel like they have an excellent kind of turning the tides, unexpected, well played, well practiced attack on one map with one division. And having 11E with Vertigo is not the worst combo, considering your forward deployment advantage automatically gets you half of the map for free. And then only thing you need to figure out is how to get into the into your enemy's front position and hold it for the rest of the game. I think that a lot of people may have like 50 games of doing exactly that, so they feel very comfortable doing so and hope that it might kind of give them the initiative against an enemy player who is used on playing slower games.
Yeah, but I still kind of question it on this map. Oh, but we got some interesting... So 5th Blinde is the last ban. I understand this completely on this map, especially after the somewhat questionable buff it got lately. With 5th E getting cheaper tanks. Like, yes, they got a slight nerf on the AMX 10s as well, but the Brandis went down to 130 points. So, yep, absolutely a division to ban. The division we got instead is 101st. And I'm pretty sure that makes you happy. And I'm also really excited to see this combination of strong infantry, strong forward deploy that might get you a couple of advantages on Vertigo, plus a decent amount of tanks and good helicopters and an okay artillery tap as well, if the matchup allows for it. Like, this is going to be interesting. 101st, not a division that I expected here, though I believe Snowwolfie plays it quite a lot, so excited to see it out of Snowwolfie in this one.
Yeah, I am a 101st player myself. I really like it. The deltas allow you. Do you know if the Special Forces vehicle transport speed thing is still in the game?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because if that is the if that is the case, the deltas might be a kind. There could be some delta abuse, and the deltas could get some really daring openers. Hippie can think of what Hippie thinks. 101st has a really good mid game. It is expensive, so it can be countered by stuff like LTB bombers, but it has a good enough air tab and air defense tab to fight it off themselves. The 101st is a traditional American division in that it relies on having good and expensive units in large amounts. If you play that, this means that it can be kind of easy to play compared to some other divisions, but that it can be punished as well.
Yeah, one of its weaknesses for sure, which is surprising, as it has air in its name, is its air tap. As it doesn't have any great assisting airplanes, which in the current air meta is not fantastic. And the F-15C Eagle with AA2 is a bit overpriced as well, as it only gets the Sparrows, and it pays more than the other, a lot better Eagle for its extra 2 sidewinders, which can be helpful, but you usually don't want to push your F-15 into situations where the sidewinders are a thing that you have to rely on, especially not 4 of them. So paying extra for that is not great here, and you really lack some support weapons here. If the F111F might be a bit better, maybe this would be helpful, but yeah, currently it's a deck that relies pretty decently on its helicopters, on an opener that has good units now with the deltas, but they are expensive and you don't get that many of them, so they are vulnerable as well. And then, yeah, you don't have any IFVs, so dealing with IFVs comes down to good tank play, comes down to good infantry positioning, and that is not easy. But the infantry units themselves are pretty good as well, so gonna be interesting to see what we will get here out of Snowwolfie.
Yeah, traditionally the way to quickly dispatch of enemy having a bunch of IFVs attacking you would be to use the Apaches. I haven't played enough to know if the Apaches are completely worthless now that their health and survivability got nerfed, but I do think that 101st is a division which rewards a lot of micro and rewards a lot of positioning, whereas IFV gameplay is, as an IFV gameplay enjoyer myself, a lot of IFV gameplay is kind of just having a bunch of them and knowing when to push through. And on certain maps, I think, what the hell, I sounded Australian there. Certain maps, 101st is really competitive, I think. Urban Frontlines, don't even need to say that. But Vertigo, I have seen people played on Vertigo, but I don't think I don't think it can contest well against airborne divisions on Vertigo, but I think that you can kind of aggro with your helicopter micro against certain heavier divisions pretty well.
Yeah, and the matchup we have here, though, is one that is not great for helicopters, as we have 27th guards now against it. But it allows its early speed maybe to get some decent advantages there. Though you have to be careful and you have to be daring with one of first there. So let's see what we will get here in game number 2. Who will win on Vertigo? We will get a gambling part there up again as well. Snowwolfie coming around with 101st Airborne versus the 27 guards out of Goldenpanzer. Goldenpanzer in general, enjoyer of the classic mechanized divisions. So yeah, 27 following up on the 39th here, as to be expected. Enjoys the 2nd Panzer Grenadier a lot, and enjoys 5th Panzer and 79th guards a good bit as well. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how the 27th now performs, as they got a decent amount of changes as well. BMP3s getting more expensive, but on the other side, a decent amount of buffs as well, especially the Tor range buff against aircraft that pushed the Tor really into a good state now, I would say.
Yeah, the 101st doesn't really have the best strike aircraft. It can bring out good air supremacy fighters, but the bombers are mediocre and not necessarily worth taking. The question here will be, is the medium range anti-air of 27th, is it capable of taking out the Apaches and preventing the existence of multiple simultaneous Apaches all around the map, or every time getting microed, going out there, doing something? Of course, sending planes against them, even the weaker planes of 27th, is a good idea here. And the Strelas, and Tunguskas will trade well against them as well. The question is, if the 27th player trades down early on, it might be difficult for them to be able to have a solid front of expensive anti-air units and then also compete on the ground. So over-investing into anti-air when your opponent doesn't necessarily have that many strike aircraft, and they can just pull back their Apaches and keep them in the reserve for having you push up. Of course, these pushes will be powerful with BMP3s and T-80s, but there is always a form of attrition that happens in case the opponent manages to get the excellent positions early on. So if you look at Bravo, Bravo is exactly the position that kind of serves 101st gameplay, and Snowwolfie is on the left side. And because right after Bravo, there is this large forest hill, which is basically impossible to control with anything except maybe helicopters, but mainly infantry. If Snowwolfie can keep the fight inside that forest, keep the fight inside Delta and Charlie in these urban environments, this will force the mechanized troops, which of course want to be concentrated together, to spread around and to be easily taken by hidden ATGMs and maybe even Apaches that might come in, fire a Hellfire missile on max range, and then run off before the Strelas get them.
Yeah, and what is interesting is that we have seen 27th a lot on this map, but surprisingly, we have seen it lose a lot on this map lately as well. Like, it sounds like the obvious division for this map. BMP3s are good on this map. It has a good combined arms and so on, but it often just came in a bit too slow because, yeah, it pays that extra price compared to other Soviet divisions for everything it got. So that combined arms squadron in the early game is a bit smaller than usual, and is, if you lose one or two of them, a bit slower as well, a bit clunkier. So you need to keep it alive, you need to keep it coming, and yeah, a lot of expensive BMPs and T-80s here already invested into by Goldenpanzer, but Snowwolfie is going for triple delta here, or quadruple delta, Okay, we go even up to 5 Delta Squadrons. That is maybe a bit of an overinvestment as well.
Yeah, that's too much. That's too much already.
Yes.
Like, you don't need that.
Yeah,
You need
especially
to
the
invest that in something.
double one into Delta seems to be quite the investment. And if they get caught out, they can get killed off quite quickly here. They come into Delta Humvee as well, so this is over 600 points of investment here out of, or exactly 600 points of investment into the forward deploy out of Snowwolfie. Humvee toes moving around here for the flank shot as well towards Bravo. That is nice. But it's gonna be interesting to see what the other 900 points will be here to follow up those deltas.
Yeah, the 27th is the most American Soviet division in that it has high tech and it's expensive.
Yeah,
And
it's basically the Soviet sci-fi division here.
yeah, it's I believe it's based around the plans of a reformed Red Army mechanized infantry division. It is the blessed timeline division. It's the timeline in which Gorbachev won and Yeltsin lost. But yeah, Goldenpanzer. I think Snowwolfie investing this much into Delta and Charlie is an immediate misplay. You need to understand that 27th cannot and thus will not contest you heavily on those areas. It is not sensible for 27th to really do anything except concentrate very heavily around the Bravo and Alpha area. And the investment is so large that, as we saw in the last game, you can't really spread it around. Because then you are also spreading around your own attention, your own ability to micro, and when your opponent is betting on you driving irresponsibly forward and getting sideshot by some ITOs, that is something you can't really risk to do. I think it should be quite predictable for Snowwolfie that Goldenpanzer is doing exactly this gameplay, exactly in this way. And if Snowwolfie doesn't respond to that, Goldenpanzer might be put into an immediate lead early on, which would force Snowwolfie to attack against a heavier opponent, which might go either way depending on certain factors, but generally is not going to go on Snowwolfie's way, not on the Alpha Bravo area in which tanks and IFVs rule.
Yes, and we see a good amount of deltas here now, yeah, coming around, but especially the investment into the double stinger and to the TOW 2s and to the north, that's just a bit of an overinvestment there into Delta. Like, those units would be nice defensively in the south, but investing them into Delta, where the 2 Delta squadrons already should be able to win the fight, just means that you will be more vulnerable in the Alpha area, and then if you capture Delta on Charlie, and you then lose Alpha, that still means you don't have a take onto the enemy, and you will need to get a take onto the enemy here as one of first, somewhat early on, otherwise the game will be lost in the long run. The late game of the 27th just way superior. It has better artillery, it has more tanks and slightly heavier tanks, it has IVs that you just don't get as the 101st, and you can't deal with that with air spam. You can't really deal with that with your infantry either, as they just won't get into the ranges where they can help you out on this map. So you need to get the job done somewhat early on here, and that is going to be a problem here for Snowwolfie if they get pushed in Alpha. So they need to have enough there, and I'm questioning if that is the case.
Yes, Snowwolfie, especially investing these 2 deltas down south, putting them in these defensive positions is a misplay, in my opinion. The sending them up front to defend, where they will be spotted by the GRS-equipped Spetsnazvedka, and the firepower is more than enough to get those kills for free. Actually, one of them is sniper, so it's not as bad as I thought. But yeah, the 101st just really wants to be in that forest, because if you're in that forest, you can't be targeted by artillery as efficiently. If you're on the open area where the Spetsnaz and Razvedka BMPs and all this, they can move in and spot you methodically. The BMP3s and T80s supported by artillery will just trade against you, even if you have the ITOs. So this defensive this heavy investment into the north, while also not kind of doing the minimum standard defense. Or
Oh,
on
Delta
the other side,
missing the Carl Gustav there. That could have been a nice kill.
oh yeah,
Kill off the Spectra Dreadka before they spot you, but now the Spectra Dreadka get the spot that you were talking about, and that is a problem for the Deltas over there. Spectra Dreadka pushed back, Humvee Delta trying to push forward with its 50 cal, trying to get a bit of damage on there. But the BTRs coming around, the T-80s, the BMP-3s closing in as well. +2 even right now for the other side. Snowwolfie really needs the +2 in the north, so the Humvee should start to move up there soon, as you can't really afford a second CV unit here. Humvee, I think, is the best way of getting the take up there. Oh no, so we messing up the India capture. The classic just moving too quickly through there. And the Delta is now getting shot up here in the front. Getting hit immediately there. Trying to disengage, but that is not a great spot to be in. Akacia immediately coming in here to besiege all the TOW 2 positions, all the Delta spots in the south. And yeah, Aero Rifle Dragon trying to push forward here, but with the Dragon nerf, they aren't the beasts that they had been in the past. And BTRs and BMP3s can push them a lot easier. Humvee TOW, that might be a nice unit from the side here. TOW 2 coming up, but the Deltas are in trouble. Good smoke against the Humvee TOW, so the Humvee TOW needs to be careful there as well to not get shot anytime soon here. And the Deltas and Co, yeah, already getting overrun here in the south. M1IP starting to come in, but Snowwolfie's forces here in the south really, really thin.
Yeah, what I was saying was that with this spread out opener from Snowwolfie with an insane investment up north, this gives Goldenpanzer the chance to start out aggressive. And I was wondering if Goldenpanzer would miss this chance, but I think Snowwolfie pushing this Delta up so far has basically activated Goldenpanzer to immediately start out by getting a bunch of important kills and bunch of good engagements. The M1 Akacia is in play. This is currently the only guided shot. What do they call it? Guided indirect weapon in the game. As long as Goldenpanzer has recon units close by to give corrected shot, it will basically have a mega accuracy. Like it will have more accuracy that is needed often.
Yeah, Humvee TOW here trying to disengage. Ooh, Chinook getting stunned down there in the rear whilst trying to get the Aero Rifles 84 out. It might just be barely enough to get it still down. Yeah, that would have been a big loss. That 13-man squadron with their 84s there needs to get into the forest to prevent BMP3s from just rolling through there. Whilst M1IP and Humvee are coming up. Snowwolfie now on a +2 tick, but the siege of Goldenpanzer against the south already has started, and this is the big issue here. Humvee with 50 cal against Motostrelkis in the south. Motostrelkis do miss for now, get routed, so the 50 cal there doing its job. TOW 2's coming around from the side here against BTRs in the middle as well. But just the sheer fire support of 27th, it will continue to snowball here. So Snowwolfie really needs to be careful now. They don't have the big tick that they had in the last game early on here, so them securing this over 40 minutes is a tough job.
Yeah, this Snowwolfie has basically donated Goldenpanzer the perfect engagement, spreading out a bunch of his troops to be inactive in the early game, giving good trades, high veterancy units and kills for the tank blob, immediately reinforcing that, basically making it obvious to Goldenpanzer that yes, this is a soft target, that this can be pushed. There is a tank right now, which is the M1IP Abrams, which is one of my favorite tanks personally, but that thing is not good against these T-80s because it doesn't have the penetrative capacity, and it is on 0 vet, which means that if it starts exchanging shots against the autoloader equipped and properly vetted up T-80s, it will lose the penetration fight, the damage fight, real fast. Snowwolfie is trying out sending a screening force of Humvees and Deltas to push up further, which is smart. I mean, you want to do that, it's free ground. You can maybe even exploit that spotting capacity by sending in ATGMs or even helicopters. But right now, the There needs to be an answer for Goldenpanzer's attack. If you see Snowwolfie positioning his infantry in this tree line, but having the infantry on the left side of the tree line, there are specific positions where you can put your troops so that they can't be fired from without getting into the forest. Those are some of the most defensible locations in the game, and the AT rifles, the 84 rifles are currently in one of those positions. So this is a tougher nut to crack than what it looks like. But if Goldenpanzer manages to move to kind of south-southwest with these vehicles, take out this Humvee tow, then they'll be able to control the reinforcement route, and then it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, BMPs and moderate Jetgas here getting killed off though on the push here. Humvee tow trying to get some kills here. Oh, TDBV getting microed. BMP3 goes down though, so Snowwolfie with some decent trades here against the armored push so far. Does he have reinforcements coming in? Yes. Another M1IP, another Apache coming in. The first M1IP going down though. TOW 2 getting a damage against the TDBV there, but not quite the kill. ATAS coming around with a Hellfire, but that one will miss as it runs out of range, so at least the TDBV will get out alive. The BMP3 there will have a tougher time. Strela's currently too far in the rear, and the ATAS might be able to clean house for now. MiG-29 coming in, no fighter on the other side, and only some stingers, and they both miss. But the Apache able to dodge it for now, as everything lost line of sight on it.
One Abrams has been lost, but two more have been bought. It's the Humvee tow here that has been holding up this defense. The Humvee tow firing 6 rounds already, having a veterancy up, killing a bunch of BMPs, and actually doing enough damage that the armored force of Goldenpanzer has moved back to repair. Thus, I think we can officially say Snowwolfie did win this engagement.
MiG-23 the ATAS going down is unfortunate. F-15 gets the kill onto the MiG-29 though, so at least getting some dirt there. MiG-23 that was, but the arrow stingers missing there once more. That was unfortunate. M1IP now pushing forward. We'll get some more Moto Strelkis. Got a Strela 10 M3 as well here. So yeah, Goldenpanzer's combined arms push here got reduced decently. Still, the TDBV did survive, so there is still some power here in Goldenpanzer, but Snowwolfie getting some valuable time here. MiG-24 plus Moto Strelki with RPGs, getting some damage in the M1IP. Can it be rescued? The AA of the Arrow Stingers trying to move forward, but the MiG-24 here is a scary beast right now.
Yeah, the heavy rockets, the S-13s doing massive damage here. The M1IP, this is why you don't take these things at the Veterancy 1. If you go and attack them, they get a single side shot and then they get routed, currently running far into the forest. After that happened, it was obvious this engagement was never going to happen. Now, only thing that letting this infantry go up here from Snowwolfie has achieved was giving a bunch of targets for a way more powerful enemy to fire at. Including the rockets, including the Akatsiya and all the tanks. That was just the routing of the M1IP. The single tank was not good enough. That was a irresponsible attack, an overextension, if you will.
Yeah, but both sides losing their helicopters here. DEP going down, Mi-24 going down. So the rotary aircraft, they're reduced to 0 right now again. Whilst the Deltas in the north got a kill there on some BMP2 with Modrazvetka, so that was an important kill for Snowwolfie in the north, keeping that clean, absolutely clean for now, meaning that Goldenpanzer will need to get through the south here, and Snowwolfie will also get up a bit further in points, making the timer more real here for Goldenpanzer once more, but 27th still has a good amount of time here, because with the rear zones being +2 zones, you can get up to a +4 there, which gets you a pretty quick take.
Yeah, T-80 engaging the IP Abrams here. IP Abrams holding up better than you'd think, but fortunately, Snowwolfie managing to push it backwards here. Like this is the investment into these tanks has not paid out. Having a smaller amount of Vet 1 tanks would be better. You're never going to be able to out-tank 27th, so your tank should be kind of a moderate, responsive, fast-moving part of your battle group, like a rapid response force or something. You can't hold them in the line as if you were playing with 8th Infantry or 3rd Armored. You just don't. They're not good enough, and you don't have enough of them. You should be using Apaches to punish the enemy when the enemy pushes further. The quick fix helicopter is actually being used very efficiently here, because the quick fix's jammer ability prevents targeted shot, the recon boost, so the Acacia is not able, despite having an immensely supply.
MiG-29 getting the kill onto the F-15 here in the rear. The Apache ATA is going down as well. So, yeah, the quick fix here is struggling. And the Spreadshot Red guy here getting hit by the Little Bird, but losing both the ATAS and the F-15 there, meaning that you are a lot more vulnerable now, as the F-15s are key for this deck. Otherwise, you only have Stingers, so if you can't protect your helicopters like that, you just can't use your helicopters, and without helicopters, this defense will be a lot harder, and the TADBVs are now coming for the push here. So, yeah, those F-15s are tough time. That's why you usually want to have an F4 as well, so that you can pair them up. Then this MiG-29 most likely would have died before it could have gotten the kill, but yeah, really shows you the issue with those single F-15s with the Sparrows.
Yeah, TOW Humvee getting a hit on the BMP-3. The Humvee TOWs really being the showing the tactic that should be leaned on here. Long range, well hidden, punishes the enemy for moving up, and is still pretty cheap for 80 points. But yeah, the Acacia not being able to do precise fire has been effective here, and also the fact that the Spetsos Vedka, as well as 27th, relies on the ground surveillance radar, which the quick fix also disables. But even then, just the sheer number of units and the quality of units is going in for Goldenpanzer right now. Goldenpanzer not being timid, as we saw in the last game, but this is obviously a way more straightforward map. All reinforcements and all points from Snowwolfie have been centered on fighting this, so there has been no exploitation or even attempt to do so on the other parts of the map. Once again, remind everybody, those points put there were useless. They put Goldenpanzer into a better position starting from the game opener.
Snipers getting taken out, Ghost getting taken out here. M1IPs coming up, Apache coming up. So a couple of defensive units here, but the question is, does Snowwolfie really still want to keep on fighting for the alpha point here, or does Snowwolfie just want to go for trades now and slowly fall back already towards India? They have 800 point lead now. It's only the first 15 minutes though, so they will have to play defense for the rear point then for a long while, but they still have the north. They can still get better trades here. And yeah, the M1IP is now starting to retreat, the Apache is starting to retreat, and I think that's the right decision. You don't want to lose those units there and then just get run over into the India point, when instead you can just now start to play the long defense war with those units. Aero rifles getting some hits against the TDBV. The 84 frontally though only dealing 1 damage, so TDBV here still doing just fine. Getting hit a couple of times here, but just not getting killed there without a side shot.
Yeah, the Goldenpanzer, this is what you should be doing if you're playing the heavier division. You should be able to recognize when is my time to push. When has the enemy taken enough damage, lost enough units? When has the enemy... When have I last seen the enemy get a kill, for instance? If you have been trading up, it might be worthwhile to start pressing your advantage, so that you don't go like Goldenpanzer did the last game. But right now, having an aggressive fighter policy for Goldenpanzer has paid off by keeping those Apaches far away, and has also made them pretty bad investments. And the fact that Snowwolfie may not necessarily have the Phantoms, even though the Phantoms would be more than enough to deal with the kind of 4 fighter planes I think you get for 27th, just having the air threat up for Goldenpanzer right now. Maybe the Eagles are too expensive, maybe the Phantoms are too expensive, but the Apaches are not in firing position. Whenever a heavier enemy, in this case against 101st, is breaking through, what 101st wants to have is a bunch of recon units spotting the enemy, and if they spot an overextension, they send in an Apache or they send in an Humvee tow to counter it. But right now we're seeing Snowwolfie basically sit down under a minuscule advantage of 991 points and just try to do long-range turtling against one of the best long-range fighting divisions in the game.
Yeah, getting some nice kills here though. BMP3 went down in the middle, and the Deltas in the north, I mean, they got some decent kills as well. I feel like trade-wise, Snowwolfie is not doing too terribly here. Needs just to be careful to keep that up, but the TOW2 already moved. I like the 50 cal setup here around the block as well. BMP3 is now starting to push in for that though, so they might want to disengage there. But they at least keep a nice presence, and yeah, the push towards the north now coming in. Apache rotating up there as well. Skeleton M's need to push with that, whilst in the south, the M1IPs and the TOW Humvees sitting nicely there. But yeah, Snowwolfie needs to survive the next 10 minutes or so without losing the north and without getting pushed into the rear too hard either. And that is going to be a tough task, but it's not impossible at this stage. As yeah, they at least got a decent amount of those support weapons killed off earlier. But the TOW2s here and co need to be careful. Apache trying to come in there, though there might be the fighters coming in for that. M1IPs here coming up in higher numbers once more as well. Whilst in the south, the units that Goldenpanzer leaves behind are mostly infantry. If Snowwolfie finds a nice opening there, they could do a bit of damage there, punishing the big pivot of Goldenpanzer into the north, but it won't be easy to recognize that, and even harder to push it as there's still a decent amount of infantry here, and the TADBV actually comes down back to the south. TOW2 team gets overrun as well. Apache needs to get in there, but the Strellas are hot on the heel as well. One BMP3 down though. Second one getting shot here in a second as well. Apache not getting the kill just yet, but most likely will pick it up now. Yeah, there we go. BMP3 is down. BTR's coming in, but Strela 10M's hot on the heel of the Apache as well, so the Apache needs to be careful here to not take the wrong engagements.
Yeah, so this is the traditional L move that I like to do on this map myself. You go through either to the left or to the middle, and then you cut off the reinforcement route to Delta. You get control over this area. This is the way you can play this.
Snowwolfie also trying to pressure the south now. The M1IPs need to smoke off though. One gets killed off there. Yeah, against the TADBV, they are somewhat outclassed. They have good frontal armor. That's what, but they lack the penetration power of the TADBV, as the TADBV has a slightly better gun there, and the M1IP pushed back here. The Humvee tow pushed forward a bit too much as well, so Snowwolfie overstepping the welcome there, whilst trying to keep the pressure up in the north. Apache and M1IPs there doing a good job, but the southern losses now, those are pretty brutal.
Yeah, these engagements are going Goldenpanzer's way because they are still long-range engagements and they are still happening on Goldenpanzer's terms. The two M1IP Abrams up here in the north have not met the T-80s yet, but so they have been able to do damage on long range against these Motostrelki, but Goldenpanzer has all the pieces on the board here to counter this. These T-80s, especially on long range engagements supported by good recon, they can just dominate this. So their autoloaders allow them.
Apache in trouble now in the north. MiG-29s getting the kill against the F-15 without the F-15 being able to pick up one of the MiG-29s there. Unfortunate times for Snowwolfie there. Another F-15C coming in now, but that should have been in here half a minute ago. I don't know why that was not together with the other one. 1 versus 2 engagements in the air, always risky, even after one Stinger hit there. And yeah, losing Apache and F-15 there together. This is quite a disaster. You needed to keep them alive here. And the Aero Dragon getting pushed. The M1 IPs trying their best to hold on here. But the Motostrelkis and TADBVs here together should be able now to push through and get the capture on the northern zones. And there's not enough time. There's still enough time left here for Goldenpanzer to get it with a +2 through that. So that is a big issue here for Snowwolfie.
Yeah, the Golden Panzers, the problem here is that Snowwolfie cannot come back into late game mech gameplay. Late game mech gameplay is 27th thing, and they need to fight a battle which is not really possible out here. Not after all of these F-15s have been taken out, not after all of these positions have been lost here, and frankly, the fact that these are zero vet Abrams, maybe they work in other games. Maybe you can rely on them in as damage dealers in a pro commi way sometimes. But yeah, against other tanks,
Oh
even
no!
against EMPs,
F-15 losing the
doesn't work.
1v1 versus the MiG-29 there again. As the MiG-29 actually got some veterancy there, I think. I don't believe it.
Wow.
I think it got it for the earlier kills. MiG-29 gets killed on the way out. Apache at least still alive, but still losing the F-15 here now is pretty brutal. Little Birds just getting shredded. Yeah, buying Little Birds in this matchup is really suicidal. Them getting into rocket range without getting into a range of Estrella, Tunguska, or a Tor is basically zero. So using those at all in this matchup, I think, is a big mistake. And we have a +2 here now for Goldenpanzer already, and I believe it's gonna be a +4 here soon, and that will just take up real quick. And Snowwolfie here really would need some amazing kills out of those Apaches, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. The Strela 10M here might be picked off as the Dragons and the Tow Humvee here trying to get some kills. BTR goes down, but the Apaches even then would still have enough opponents on the other team. First Strela 10M3 goes down, second one might be something that could be picked up here as well. The Humvee Tow at least will try to kill it. Oh no, it goes for a TADBV instead. Decent target as well, but not quite as important. And the Apache just not busy right now because the airspace here is pretty contested. Humvee Tow now coming around against the second T-80. Apache getting a miss here against the TADBV. And we see the Motostrelkis pushing up north. Not enough infantry here to hold out against those guys. And the Humvee Tow missing against the Strela 10M3 as well. So the Apache is still in trouble.
Yeah, this is just like the only way through is with long range mech gameplay, and this Snowwolfie will keep trying it. It's not like this is going horribly. Snowwolfie is still trading. It's possible that there are gaps in the defense that might show up after some kills, but so far, looking from what Snowwolfie knows, Snowwolfie obviously doesn't see how strong this defense is all around, and I do think this is this kind of a comeback fight is just not sustainable. It's not sustainable. This comeback attack, 25 minutes in, should be about Snowwolfie recapturing Bravo instead of recapturing Alpha or Delta. This has been a perfect example of people playing defensive standard against heavy divisions, and heavy divisions taking the initiative from early on. Cannot allow them to do that.
Yeah, even if you M's getting taken out here decently at least, so the Apaches might have a bit of an opening here now, but there is only one of them on the field, and that one is pretty stressed out right now. And the TDBV number here has reached such high numbers by now that dealing with all of that will be tough, even with 4 M1 IPs by now in the north. Humvee Tows there in decent numbers as well, but there is by now 3 BMP3s and 3 T80s there as well, so yeah, those units of Snowwolfie, especially without veterancy, won't really have a shot here. Motostrelki RPG-26 getting involved. getting heavily damaged, most likely gonna get picked off, but the T-80's coming around here, yeah, getting the route, and this is a tough one here.
Yeah, a single hit from a missile, even if it doesn't do damage, even if the close range RPG-26 misses, it still removes 45% of its accuracy and 20% of its reload time. And the second hit brings it down to 75% minus accuracy and 40% reload time. The zero vet tanks cannot attack, not individually at least. They need something else to go out there with them.
Yeah, MiG-29 here in the sky now as well, so the Apache is living a dangerous life. We didn't ever see the Chaparral line here, so it really comes down to the F-15s. Chaparral investment might have been the safer and cleaner one, but the F-15 was the attempted way here, and that just can't really work out. Delta's getting at least some kills again in the north, getting a Tor killed off there, but at the same time now we're pushing towards a +4, and that's 160 points per minute. And that means that the difference here in favor of Snowwolfie will melt away quickly, and that Goldenpanzer is about to take over the lead soon. So Snowwolfie needs to do something, and needs to do it now, and I don't quite see the forces ready for that, even with the 4 M1IPs here in the north.
This is the time for some amazing air defense RNG. The Apache, how many Igla shots will it dodge in a row? How many T-80s will it kill? We will see.
Yeah, Apache and Eagle in the sky. Sniper pushing forward here. T-80BV involved as well. BTR going down at least. The Delta's getting some more Conqueror's teams killed there. The Delta really paying off big time. But the T-80BVs here are a problem. Apache starting to push forward, getting a hit on one. First Igla shot is a miss, but the sniper is soon to go down here. And the M1IPs, they just don't deal damage against the T-80s. Like, yes, they can tank a lot of shots as well, but the lack of damage output in those fights is really a problem. And the MiG-29 here getting the Apache killed, yes, it goes down for it, but after the kill, that is totally fine.
Yeah, the backline Delta unit has managed to get some kills, and the artillery is trying to punish it for it. And but this is just a small consolation prize for Snowwolfie. The front line has not been broken through here. There are a lot of Abramses here, and there's even a command Abrams to try to vetting all of the other tanks up. But if they attack here, they will be going straight into a concave. This concave is not perfectly held. There aren't that many BMP-3s around, but the amount that there are, not to mention the Motostrelki hidden all around, the possibilities for this attack to go through, I think, are quite small.
Yes, T-80BV here getting pushed back. +4 is real here. The 7-minute timer is now on Snowwolfie, and Snowwolfie tries to get into the zone there, now with the M1IP push. Humvee pushing forward with it as well. There is 6 tanks here, there are a couple of Humvee tows as well. Motostrelkis from the side though, dangerous. BMP-2s from the side, get the CV tank killed, one shot. BMP-3 coming in from the other side there as well, 2 scary angles. And the BMP-2 now getting shot by Zero Vet Abrams again, so those are really inaccurate, really slow rate of fire as they get stressed out insanely quickly, and that makes them really inefficient here. Zero Vet tanks just are a massive issue if you rely on them as your frontline unit.
Yeah, having these, they're staying still while being fired from 3 directions. The only recon around here is the good optics Humvee, the recon Humvee. I believe it's Delta Humvee, and yeah, these M1IPs are getting attrition. I mean, that's just they're just nothing happening. If this would have worked together with like a group of infantry that stormed the point, but even that infantry would have been in danger of getting taken out by the T-80s.
Yes, and we have the bailout now here on the M1IP. One last one still standing, but they just can't deal with the T-80BVs on their own. They would need some helicopters, they would need some Humvee tows firing on this, or maybe a plane, but the planes in the deck just don't allow for it. And with that, we have the GG called here, and Snowwolfie getting a defeat here and taking the L this time around, meaning that Goldenpanzer moves it up to a 1-1 here. As this is now a real series, guys. Both
Yeah,
sides
so
having
please
one map
remind me.
on the board. It's a best of 5, so we are still away from a match point for anybody, but it really is a series now, and Goldenpanzer showing that he has what it takes to take down Snowwolfie here.
Yeah, I mean that was that really was just the game right from the start was misplayed by Snowwolfie. The further on the game we went, the more obvious it was that the mech force, it wasn't really even a blob outside of the start, was never going to be challenged away on the mech blob's terms. But on the start of the game, different opener, different investment, more aggressive attack, trying to screen away, not just send the Delta up to the front buildings to get shot at and to engage a single recon unit before dying. No, have it supported by infantry. You have a lot of good infantry and you can afford to send some of them to their deaths. Send some airborne dragons out there. Maybe try to stun down the tanks on the 1,000-meter engagement ranges right at the start, and then send in a helicopter to try to pick them up from long range. There's stuff that you can do in the start of the game, and the defensive stance was simply did not work out here, and was never going to work out, in my opinion, as long as Goldenpanzer didn't play badly.
Yeah, a really well played game by Goldenpanzer, getting us to a 1-1 in this best of 5 game here. Once more, this is having a small prize pool here of $25. If you want to support the tournament and get these guys just a bit more reason to play, not just for the funsies, but even for the small prize pool, you can help so for the Division 3 players as well. If we get 25 more bucks into the prize pool, and the Division 3 players will get a small bit of it as well, plus our champions and second place with Tiberius and Procomi and third and fourth place here will get a bit more of it as well. So yeah, if you want to assist in there, check out the Matcherino page. If you want to help this channel out, you can leave a like on YouTube, you can leave a subscription there as well, and a follow on Twitch. And if you really want to help out, consider subscribing on Twitch or joining the channel on YouTube as well. Every little bit there is much appreciated, helping us funding stuff like the Discord, bot, the website, and so on. Plus also helping me out, being able to afford this side hustle here next to my main job as well, and maybe making a bit more space for it in my life as well, so that we can get more STL in your lives as well. And yep, let's see what we will get in game number 3. Do we have any? We have the map pick already. It's gonna be on airport. It's gonna be interesting to see what we will get map wise for that one.
Yeah, I mean, airport, of course, is a map which we recently have seen favored by kind of armored divisions. I think people have figured out airport. People know the what do you? Oh, sorry, I was hearing the stream here. Yeah, so I think people have figured out the pacing of airport pretty well. So armored division players can play it reliably, not having to be under constant pressure or the anxiety of not knowing what is going on. People have figured out the core positions, and then people have figured out how to artillery those core positions early on. And but so far, as always in this game, airport more so than other maps, I think the counter picking is very important, because it'll define the amount of tactics that you're allowed to do, depending on the kind of aggressiveness / scalability of your division.
Yeah, and for the little break we have here, we can have a look on the division, on the season in general. Now, this one are the stats before the finals of Division 1. and this game. So we can have a look a bit on all the picks and bans that we got this season. On the wins and losses more so. Let's have a look here. As the most played division here, 35th, which is an interesting one for sure. As that means that we got a lot of forward deploy, but also then some classic divisions here with 8th being played quite a bit. 101st, by the way, being played decently often, 18 times, winning 10 of them, 55% win rate, and 9 times played in Division 1 and 2, 7 wins there, so it had a 77% win rate before this in Division 1 and 2. So yeah, Mr. Int being here all about, oh my god, this division always loses in tournaments. Yeah, that's just straight out wrong here. Fact checked the chat here real quickly. But it goes down a bit here. So yeah, dropping into the 70s now. Or maybe even into the 60s with this one. But it's going to be interesting to see what we will get in the next one here, as picks and bans will move on. Yeah, the division names are picked up. I know. Right to change that right now here on stream. There we go. We have 35th, 8th, 2nd Panzer Grenadier, and 39th on the top. Pretty standard. 5th plane day. Like, all of those are pretty standard picks. 11th E coming in quite a lot as well, especially in Division 2 and 3. 3 and 4. That's what this the second half here is about. That's Division 1 and 2. That's Division 3 and 4 here, with win count and win rate. And least played Unternehmen Zentrum, aka Berliner Gruppierung, and Rügener Gruppierung. No surprise there. 6 Moto, really not that great currently as well, so that one not being really played.
So the picks and bans are happening right now, Protoss. Do you want to talk over them?
Yeah, we will go into that in a second. And then we have all of these other divisions being played decently. Like the jump here between only 5 plays up to 11 for 35th, which still is not that great, but like we have double digits here picks for all of these guys, and the top divisions here being equally picked in a decent amount as well, so there's no major outlier here, which is really nice that we see that many divisions being played quite actively in the season. And yeah, it really shows that the game is in a decent-ish spot, even though we all have some issues with it that we would like to see fixed. But yeah, let's go back into the games itself, and let's have a look on...
Yeah, we've seen Goldenpanzer ban aggressive divisions against Snowwolfie being an aggro player here, it seems. And the Goldenpanzer banned 2nd British, obviously, as well as 76 VDV. Snowwolfie banned 11E and 5E. Goldenpanzer picked 39th again, but this time Snowwolfie is not responding to 39th with aggro, but instead going further into the heavy open air fighting with 79th Guards Tank Division. So we are going to see the best T-80s go against the lowest number of T-80s, except for 6th maybe. They have some T-80Bs again, but yeah, 39th being picked for its versatility, I'm sure, and Snowwolfie responding with, yeah, we're going heavy. I am picking even heavier than you. I will now have the maneuverable T-80s. I will have a smaller infantry tab. I will have a worse air tab as well, with some amount of bombers to counter.
Yeah, and it's also a really OG matchup. Like, those are the 2 OG Soviet divisions against each other. Like, those also play really standard. So this is just gonna be a game about who is the better classic player. And that I really like here. Just like outright mechanized packed warfare against each other with solid tanks backing it up both. That should be a really nice one.
Yeah, what is the bomber that I remember there being a bomber difference in the air tabs there. Obviously, the 79th has way worse air defense fighters. They don't have the Su-27s, but they do have the coups in smaller amounts, I think.
Do they have Su-25s as well? Which
Oh yeah, that was
and they have Su-24s, which just got buffed lately. So, MiG-27 bombers and Su-24s both are a decent dish nowadays. So yeah, but they obviously have a way more limited tab, so you can't really afford that. You have coups in similar numbers, you have OSAs in similar numbers, and you have Tunguskas, so the AA tab here is a good one as well. And then you obviously have the TADBV IZDs, which are in TADBV versus TADBV fights, the extra speed, the better ATGM that actually can deal decent damage matters a lot, especially as they also have the tandem charge. So against TDBVs on the other side, they deal a bit of extra damage. Yeah, that could be important. But the infantry is similar, but obviously lower numbers, and fewer guys in faster transports as well. Artillery pretty similar as well. So yeah, it comes down a lot to small decisions and the small differences, and just outplaying the enemy.
Yeah, one of the main differences when it comes to playstyle is that the T80B, the ISD-29, does have maximum tank speed. It has the same speed as AMX-30B2s, it has the same speed as Leopard 2s and AMX-10 RCs. So it can actually be used in maneuver warfare, and it can be microed in completely differently than other T80s. And this kind of feeds in alongside with the Tunguskas and the Strelas being effective and efficient air defense. This feeds in with the blob gameplay of the 79th, whereas 39th can blob up, of course, but they can't really blob up against that. Airport is one of the more blobbier maps, considering you can defend the other parts of the map pretty reliably with smaller amounts of units and with infantry and recon. And the Spetsnaz GRU will give some amount of advantage if these become these long-range tank fights, because the Spetsnaz GRU's ground surveillance radars, much like the Spetsnaz Vedka, will be able to spot the enemy when the enemy can't spot them.
Yeah, 39 versus 79 here on airport will be a really good ground for all those IFVs, all those tanks as well, as airport gives you the space to the sides, though it also can really give you a good advantage if you are fast. So 39th being the bit cheaper division, just slightly, can be nice there, but both sides really not having good forward deploy, not having good recon tab, with actually 79th being the slightly better one there, as they have the Spetsnaz GRU and they have the Moderate Redguards and BMP2s, though those nowadays are pretty expensive. But the Spetsnaz GRU actually being able to beat all the other recon infantry there and having forward deploy. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this game will open and where it goes from there, as really the mechanized warfare on both sides will be real.
I think this might be a situation in which kind of early buying numerous command vehicles might be worthwhile, because having just a small advantage when it comes to points can completely guide the game in your favor. If you are, for instance, 39th, you don't want to attack into a 79th, no matter how small the advantage on points is. That is kind of what has to happen, because the 79th does have the more expensive units in the late game, and 79th will be able to punish overextension. It will be able to punish the losing of units when going over the top, for instance. If your Su-24s get a large cluster kill, the tanks can move pretty fast and try to exploit that. And then with a suitable amount of air coverage with your helicopters, maybe even an Su-25, the 79th can counterpunch you pretty fast and pretty well if all the pieces are on board. And you can't, as 39th, you can't counter the loss of heavy tanks in tank fights.
Yeah, MiG-27 LGBs coming around. You have both sides with coups and OSAs though, so the AA network will be decently well as well. The storms might be pretty important here as a defensive tool, with the Cocon outranging all the other units there once more, but with the current price, yeah, it's questionable if you really want to put a slot in this on them, because that means one less card of TDBVs that you can pick, and you might just want to rely on those instead, together with your normal Conquerors ATGMs in the infantry tabs and your BMP2s, which you get decent numbers of, together with a lot of BMP1s if you want them as well here. So yeah, plus a couple more Motostrelkies and BTRs, with the Motostrelki Medis and the normal ones there that just can rush around a bit quicker. Me24K could be an interesting opener as well, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what we will see out of those twos. The map has been set up now, so let's jump in there. The prediction is up as well, guys, and yep, Goldenpanzer and Snowwolfie here, setting up for game number 3.
This could be a situation for the 39th Air Rush, by the way.
Yeah, could be. I would say against Osas on the other side, it's not the strongest. I don't know. They can snipe your recon helicopter really easily. They have the best anti-helicopter range in the game. And they come fast onwards as well. Plus, they are decently against aircraft as well, so I'm not sure if that's the matchup where you really want to risk it. But obviously, if it gets the enemy by surprise, it could be really strong. Though, yeah, really, maybe it's one of the worst matchups that you can do it in.
Yeah, but if you get send in an Su-25 AT plane with a jammer recon helicopter, get 2 proper kills, and get yourself into one zone over, get yourself just a nice little starting position, and that might be worthwhile. Going full all in, buying 7 helicopters, I don't think that's a good idea. But combine usage with other aircraft, maybe.
Yeah. Game will start.
If the enemy tries to transition into having air supremacy fighters, you can just buy your Su-27 and trade against them on the long term.
Yeah, Goldenpanzer also really feeling comfortable on his 39 Fears, so that is a classic to see here as well. Yes, Snowwolfie here coming in with the 79th this time around, moving 3 numbers up from game number 1. And yeah, with 2nd Panzer Grenadier banned and 5th Blindé being banned so often as well, like, yeah, this being picked by Goldenpanzer is pretty standard. That's his go-to division that we have seen all season. And I mean, it just doesn't have any major weaknesses, so if you play it well, it rewards you. So, yep, let's see if Goldenpanzer can do it like last game, or if Snowwolfie has found a solution here with the 79th. Double coup from the get-go, potential OSA as well. Also, I don't believe we will see an air opener from Goldenpanzer because he's just not that kind of player usually. I don't think I have seen Goldenpanzer doing a rush like that.
But that's what would make it interesting. That's why it would be. That's why it would work, because you don't expect it from somebody like that.
Yeah, but you need to have that practiced. It just doesn't work out of the blue. Like, as much as people are complaining about air rushes, they need a bit of practice as well to function, and I'm not sure that practice is within Goldenpanzer to make it work.
I know, but who knows? Maybe Goldenpanzer really cares about getting into Division 1 and has gotten an alt to play practice. All of this is possible. We have we could even have $25 online. So yes, 2 cube, 1. There is a single mortar coming from Snowwolfie, which I like to call a commando mortar. Generally, commando mortars are used in combination with fast-moving infantry attacks, because a single smoke mortar can allow your infantry to push really far if you just know where to put your smoke cover. But this mortar, I think, will try to smoke away the very predictable ATGM defenses around Fedor. These warehouses and halls next to on the Fedor side are always filled with recon units and ATGMs. And if a player wants to push through the open area here, which is doable with tanks, and if you push through with tanks, you can defend the area with tanks really well. Not to mention exploiting the breakthrough and going into Boris. So Snowwolfie preparing to contest this, buying the smoke mortar in the opener, kind of speaks to me about some T80 maneuver warfare coming.
Yeah, the big question is what will happen around Emma, because that is often where a tick early on can occur for the right side, because usually Boris and Theodore are the points that are slightly easier for the right side, and Elena and Emma are slightly easier for the left side to capture early on. But against the 39th, you might not want to contest that as heavily as 79th, though we still see some Motostrelkis and some Spectre Dreadscouts going to the south. And yeah, Goldenpanzer here coming around with some Storms again. Wants to use them quite a lot in the north. TADB here coming in from the get-go as well. I kind of like that we see the Bs instead of the BVs in this matchup as well, as we talked about the BV IZDs with the tandem and so on, just outclassing the normal BV already quite nicely. And the B is sure slightly more outclassed, but it's also slightly cheaper, and you can maybe get the numbers advantage a bit easier with that to get those engagements, because in 1v1 engagements you don't want to fight against what Snowwolfie can bring anyways.
Yeah, and you don't want to fight them on the long range anyways, because they have one more health. So why would you want to give them the advantage of using the Agona missile, which has more penetration than their gun? Like having the 25 points cheaper T80s is, I think, just the obvious choice here, because your tank fights need to be efficient, because you can't have the same amount of mass on board. And speaking of mass on board, there's 2 BMP2s, 2 Coups, and some engineering TO-55 flame tanks, which are moving to Elena, maybe to counter the expected infantry push there. But so far, no infantry is actually moving from Goldenpanzer towards the area at Elena.
Yes, I think that is fair. Like, if you want to get the pressure towards Emma, you can't really afford also putting a lot into Elena. So, and Goldenpanzer seems to be wanting to make it a bit over the city fight here, which, yeah, slight advantage there for 39, so that makes sense. Well, we see TO-55s here pushing towards Elena, good couple of BMP2s, and that one T-80BV IZD out of Snowwolfie. And yeah, conquers the Storms and one T-80B on the other side, so slight advantage in forces for Snowwolfie in the north, but I think Goldenpanzer has a decent enough force that a defense should be possible if executed correctly. And then the big question is, can Goldenpanzer get a tick early on by getting into Elena? Or will Snowwolfie be able to keep the points equal here and stop the tick from happening?
So far, Goldenpanzer has their units in 2 locations. One of them is the defensive deployment near the 2 towers, which is does not have barely anything contesting it. Snowwolfie wants to take the initiative here and has concentrated all of their forces into the best area for long-range tank fights. The mortar immediately smoking the expected recon and Conqueror's missiles, and if this smoke will be there for around 30-35 seconds, depending on when the smoke was launched. So the attack should maybe happen right now. Spetsnaz GRU is moving close, and the smoke here actually, the T-80 might actually take this leader here.
Yeah, it gets out thanks to the smoke.
No.
The smoke allows it to unload early enough, and the Motostrike leader should fall back behind the building to take cover there. And then disengage once captured, as otherwise the Spetsnaz GRU might be able to spot it here soon, and then they might get killed. But the MTLB Storms also now getting themselves into position. The ADB being involved here already. BMP2s haven't spotted it yet, smoking off here, trying to disengage. More smoke coming out of Snowwolfie, more BMP2s coming up there as well. Meanwhile, Goldenpanzer now, with the counterattack here in the south, Motostrelkis, BMP2s, and BTRs all pushing forward, and there's only one Motostrelki with a BMP2, without a BMP, it came in a gas, and that one can maybe kill off a vehicle or two.
A side shot!
Ooh! Yeah, that is hot. Oh, BMP2s and TADB TO-55s pushing forward, but yeah, the side shot against the TADBV here, really big. BMP2's dodging more shots here out of the missiles. Storm's not in position yet. Motostrike Comrade being pushed out. The Motostrike Maddie's doing a really good job here, dealing with TO-55s and the BMP2s. Whilst the smoke keeps the Conquerors occupied for now. LGB coming in. Gets the Spetsnaz GRU. Can the Coop get another missile off? Oh, it gets shut down by the Igla. That's a big loss here for Goldenpanzer. Gets at least the eyes killed off. But the Motostrikers, I think, are pushed forward far enough that they can do the spotting nonetheless. BMP2 going down there once more. So Snowwolfie taking some casualties here, but also getting some important kills.
Yeah, meanwhile, Goldenpanzer having basically a perfect engagement here, not losing a single troop, fighting off and gaining control of Emma, has already the Osas and the Sturms to hold it, and will just get a free tick here now. If Goldenpanzer manages to fight off this attack on Fedor, this will immediately become a Goldenpanzer tick game. And on defense, 39th does have more of the cheap ATGM forces and their lackluster, or not lackluster compared to 79th. Tank tab will be really value on defense, whereas on offense it wouldn't really perform as well.
Yes, so the light tick here is quite nice. Could even push for Anna here. Nothing is holding Anna, so that would be a nice way of getting a big point lead here for Goldenpanzer. Loading in the Motostrike Comrade here and just rushing in there, getting a +4 tick here for a couple of minutes. That would really elevate the position that they are in here in the long run. BTR is currently scouting for it. There's nothing there at all. So, yeah, Snowwolfie there in a bit of the pickle in the south. Is keeping the pressure up in the north. Got rid of one of the Storms, and got into the zone with the capture. Meaning that currently there is no tick. But the BMP2s and TO-55s are struggling, one of them getting killed off there again. And yeah, the TADBV IZD getting side-shotted there really was a big issue for Snowwolfie here in this push.
Yeah, Snowwolfie immediately investing into this attack by follow-up buying 2 T-80 ISDs again, wanting to break through here. So this is the grinding engagement. If this engagement fails for Snowwolfie, all the other areas will be undermanned. And this Goldenpanzer designed with his opener a pretty decent counter to this, having a large amount of recon units, having an infantry commander which can hide in the forest, and having the Sturms on the side. And despite this being a well-executed attack, the Snowwolfie hasn't managed to kill the key units for Goldenpanzer. And now if they can't do that, and allow this grind to keep happening. Once more, a side shot going against from the Conquerors. If these kinds of events keep on happening, this will become unsustainable for Snowwolfie.
Yeah, but on the same side, the time they push back the leader, at least from Goldenpanzer in the south. Goldenpanzer missing the window of opportunity there by being a bit too slow, a bit too timid in the push towards Anna. Should have had the leader there up immediately. The Storm coming in a fight with the BMP2 in the north. Storm's missile is faster, gets the kill there. And that means that the Modradretka in the open are out for a defeat as well against the Modradretka in cover. So Storm there with an important kill. BTR 60 is getting massacred there for the Motostralkies. The Motostralki BMP there with the RPG plus the T-80 doing a decent job. And artillery coming in on the side of Goldenpanzer now as well. Trying to hunt down the 2-man mortar team so that the smoke goes away, and that will enable the Conquerors and Co. to get some side shots here again. Question is just, can Goldenpanzer get the leader here into the position at Feodor again, or will the tick be stopped for a long time here now? Oh, Storm against the next BMP2. That has a close miss. Might get the next missile out before the BMP2 can get its missile on target again though. So yeah, Storm fires now. BMP2 trying to disengage. Okay, will survive for now. Really tough fight for both sides here up north right now. But it feels like Goldenpanzer is getting the ground again to push in the leader to get the take back up.
Yeah, this Saperi RPO managing to move under smoke and get this beachhead is very important. Killing the Motorasvedka, driving off these conqueresses, and even though an Akatsiya is responding and getting hits against the Saperi, the killing the recon unit in this corner here gives you can't show. I mean, I guess because it's a live game, you can show the vision to the audience here, but this basically means that Goldenpanzer does not have recon coverage of anything beyond the one T80 that is on the middle of the board.
Yeah, BMP2's coming up again, Akatsiya pushing forward. We see the KPV and the Motorstrelki pushing around in the south. We have a decent amount of coverage here from Goldenpanzer to hold Emma. Emma should be pretty hard to push for Snowwolfie for the foreseeable future. Osa there is a fantastic anti-helicopter. AAP's there with the latest buff to 3,175 meters against helicopters. It's really a beast in that engagement. And Goldenpanzer got back up here now, got the +2, and is now more than 100 points ahead and slowly taking up there. So slightly getting the point lead here. Not relevant really just yet, but it could become so in the long run.
Yeah, the Snowwolfie managing to respond with the helicopter and infantry forces into Anna was crucial, making it so that Goldenpanzer needs to invest a tank or other heavy units to push up here towards Anna. But Anna is still a 2-point zone, and capturing it is can kind of it can make the game end way faster than Snowwolfie would want to, but Snowwolfie just despite these investments into defense, buying artillery, which is excellent to get infantry away from these, especially these conqueresses, away from these crucial locations. But there are no more smoke mortars. The smoke mortar was taken out by counter artillery from the Akatsiya, I believe, and now this concentrated maneuver warfare, fast T80 attack keeps on happening here. This time, maybe 4 tanks attacking 2. This is a bad engagement for Snowwolfie.
Yes, at the same time, also the Motorstrelkis of Snowwolfies in the north getting hit hard. The T80BVs need to get out of there. They can at least disengage better than the other T80s can follow there. But the M1IP, the Mi-24s here, desperately trying to get some shots on target. Get a T80B killed there with a side shot. Conquerors of the Mi-24 really successful. Osa on target on the Mi-24 though, stunning it down here. Conquerors gets the kill onto the T80BV IZD. Really important push forward there by Goldenpanzer. Artillery on a good spot as well there, hitting the Cubs, pushing the T80BVs forward as well. And Goldenpanzer might get some really key kills here. Mi-24 goes down, 1 T80BV IZD goes down. Goldenpanzer here getting the better out of the trades for sure.
Yeah, this is a minor victory for Goldenpanzer, but it still keeps up the tick. The artillery of Snowwolfie is just coming back, firing at the Conquerors here as the Spetsnaz crew spots it. Conquerors is donezo, but the double T80s move in to punish against this more expensive IZD variant.
Yes, the IZD is better on the long range, it is better in maneuver warfare, it is not better in the gunfight. The guns are exactly the same, the armor and the protection is exactly the same. So in a 2 versus 1 fight, it just gets out-damaged massively. And that's what happened there. Snowwolfie got at least the forest in the north cleaned, killed the Storm and the BMP2 there. So his T80BV and BMP2 there could maneuver a bit better. But still, losing the IZDs is really painful, especially as you can't replace them as easily. You have to go to normal T80s later on if you lose those, as you only get 2 cards of those. And if you take them with veterancy, they are pretty limited in numbers. So the T80BV here, IZDs getting engaged, another engagement here against the Motorstrelkis. BMP2 goes down. And the T80Bs of Goldenpanzer for now holding the position quite decently. The south, yeah, is silent for now. With the helicopter moving north, there might be room here for Goldenpanzer to maybe do something again, but they don't need to right now. They're already on a +1 tick, about to go back to a +2 tick here. They have the point lead, and they are currently also getting the better trades.
A twin Su-24 heavy bombers coming in here, and locking in on these forest lines where the T-80s are hanging around, trying to punish them. The OSA managing to take a hit, but not to prevent the bombs from getting dropped. Damage
The
is
Osa nearly
done.
getting killed there. The T-80Bs hurt pretty
No
badly.
kill.
Pushed back quite hard. The Acacia getting on top of the Motostrelki, getting the kill there as well. T-80BVs might have an opportunity here. The IZDs ones, which are a bit faster. Against the stressed out tanks on the other side, they are now in an advantage. Gunfight here between two of them. But the IZD not able to finish the other one off. BRDM at least will get in though, will get the capture point there. Motostrelki not in range for its RPG-7 VR. And the Spetsnaz GRU here now pushing forward to try to get more recon in as well. We have 6 T-80s here on the side of Goldenpanzer though. Most of them damaged, but still that's 6 versus 3 at the moment. So if Goldenpanzer ever finds a moment where Snowwolfie is not microing the T-80BV IZDs with their higher speed, they might get overwhelmed quickly, and that's exactly what happens here now. Gets stunned down, can't use the smoke, and all the T-80BVs are now firing at it. Another IZD going down without finding a kill. A good trade against for Goldenpanzer. One OSA went down, but the T-80BV trades here keep on going, and as long as you can repair your T-80s here, taking damage on them is not that important.
Yeah, the Snowwolfie was smart by having the recon unit spot this and realizing, having the perfect info on the tanks moving back, but sending in just a single T-80 IZD to punish, and then letting that tank stay there while the opponent can muster up a force to engage that was a misplay. Snowwolfie needs to keep up and cannot be... Snowwolfie has already lost tanks against numbers, and the numbers are starting to become a problem here. If Snowwolfie doesn't get these numbers dwindled down or doesn't get proper positions to defend on long range, the risk of Goldenpanzer starting to do attacks on Elena, for instance, which are only protected by a single recon squad right now, these can start hurting the bottom line of Snowwolfie, and that kind of risky gameplay cannot work here.
Yeah, the T-80BV IZDs are down to 2. We have 7 T-80Bs or BVs on the other side by now. So the number advantage is just massively in favor of Goldenpanzer, and Goldenpanzer could just, once those are all repaired and have a CV next to them, could potentially just roll forward with them and force the issue on Elena and on Feodor, just getting the tick on both of those points, and then Snowwolfie would be in a lot of trouble. Yes, Snowwolfie can run away with his T-80BVs, but he currently can't take the fights, and he doesn't have enough other units around here to really kite the enemy with either. The BMP-2's coming up again, Mi-24 coming in as well, so the potential might come up against for that, but getting the kills here for Snowwolfie won't be easy, and Goldenpanzer has the 400-point lead here, so it's still, in the end, Snowwolfie that has to eventually go back to an attack, and this is looking pretty tough at this moment.
Yeah, counter-artillery actually hitting the blue Acacia, Snowwolfie not moving it, not queuing it to move, but now realizing this and does not get punished. The artillery gameplay from both sides has been really active. I'm really happy to see it. Artillery used together with recon, used together with helicopters, used together with aircraft, all around the core of tanks. That is the armored division game plan in this game.
Katsia pushing forward. We have a lot of T-80BVs and Bs here now, slowly moving forward for Goldenpanzer. The Moderate Redguard there actually might find an OSA with the RPG-22. D-24 is pretty close as well, though. And yeah, the T-80BK now able to get in there, able to get the tick again, will get the +2 back on, and will get Goldenpanzer into a more and more comfortable position, as Snowwolfie can't counterattack in the south, really. The Moderate Redguard missed their shot against the OSA, as they got found and stressed out before they could get a good shot off there. And yeah, more Spetsnaz GRU, more Moderate Redguard coming around, T-80BV, and we have moving around in numbers as well. Whilst they try to actually... Oh, this is a interesting move for Snowwolfie. Snowwolfie is making the dash to the wire situation here now, trying to go for Paul.
Yeah, this even if you don't necessarily follow this up with a command unit, just having these units out there, this is the traditional tactic in this game when your enemy has blobbed up so much that you can't do anything about this, is to try to stretch the blob. Try to force the enemy to be in other places so that their blob efficiency steadily goes down when they move around. But the Goldenpanzer is countering this by just going into Elena, spotting here with something. I think, yeah, spotting the T-80s moving around. Reinforcements
Oh,
happen to be
the
coming.
bombs miss completely. The SU-24 gets gunned down by the OSA and the Igla. And yeah, the ICDs now have to be careful about their rear and their front, as the TADBV is trying to move in there. Has to be careful though. Gets stunned down. Oh, the ICDs maybe could follow that up. Me-24 moving around as well. Maybe this kind of was what Snowwolfie was hoping for, that this move would maybe push Goldenpanzer to start to maneuver and maybe maneuver wrongly, but so far the trades here still pretty equal and not in favor of Snowwolfie, as Snowwolfie needs favorable engagements here at this stage.
Yes, mad dashes are called mad for a reason. An LGB bomber coming in to punish them after the tanks have moved away from the protective cube bubble, destroying one and doing serious damage to the other. Goldenpanzer had bought 2 BMP-2s to reinforce Emma, but those BMPs moved in right as the tanks were pushing and basically provided a secondary angle of attack for the tank force moving
Oh, the
in.
second ICD goes down as well. Really good side shot there by the TADBs. OSA pushing forward, TADBs pushing forward as well. The numbers here are now so heavily in favor of Goldenpanzer that the real charge of the TADs is basically unstoppable at this point. The Me-24 gets shut down by the Igla as well. There's only one tank here, yeah, and we have to tap out. GGVP is called, and we have Goldenpanzer going to the match point. Turning this series around from a 0-1 to a 2-1 lead now, and really well deserved in this one. The KD speaks for itself. Goldenpanzer 2-1 KD here. Snowwolfie just not finding the solution for the problems.
Yeah, Goldenpanzer played this really well right from the opener. The attack from Snowwolfie was quite formidable and well planned out, but the complete relegation of the expected attack area, I believe was called Elena, the hangar area on Snowwolfie's side, that was one thing, but the fortification on the point that to counter the expected attack, this the concave that was built, the positions that were taken, the way that Goldenpanzer was constantly reading the game well, even while his infantry units were being hunted down and killed, the information just kept on being on Goldenpanzer's side, and Goldenpanzer managed to always basically take good engagements. Whenever Goldenpanzer's tank force took damage or was in a bad situation, he would easily just move back and let the enemy capture the area, let the enemy get some ground, and to not to give up this advantage in the tanks. And the Goldenpanzer was actually, I didn't mention this, was also mixing up zero vet tanks alongside the vet 1 tanks. And when you're blobbing tanks, having leader tanks out there can make these zero vet tanks very competent in attacks. And when you're on defense, so most of your stuff is in forest, so you have a certain amount of advantage. You tend to be able to shoot first, and the numbers provided by the 250 point zero vet T-80Bs versus the attacking 275 point T-80 ISD 29s. The numbers and the good control was what won this for Goldenpanzer, and also completely predicting what his opponent would do. So that's also a good idea. You should also try to do that.
Yeah. And yeah, Goldenpanzer really coming nicely out on top here, putting up himself to match point now. And we go on to Black Forest Duel for that. So Death Row as the final map again. The map that nobody wants to play on, but also always just barely doesn't get banned. And that means that we always get it last for the cider game, if it goes there. And well, it's Black Forest here now. The next one, banned 39th this time around. Snowwolfie realizing that
damn.
maybe that division is a bit too good in Goldenpanzer's hands. So getting rid of it this time around. And yeah, that I think is a good decision here to get Goldenpanzer a bit off balance. But we're gonna see what we will get out of this time around.
As Goldenpanzer is writing right now, I think I think Goldenpanzer playing on Black Forest Duel. Black Forest is not a Black Forest is a fundamentals-based map. I have decided. People try a lot of weird stuff, but Black Forest forces people into the mid to late game, and here we're seeing Goldenpanzer is banning 2nd Panzer and 2nd UK, the expected aggro mid-game divisions. And this, I think Black Forest being a fundamentals-based based map, and one map that doesn't really work well with cheese, doesn't really work well with daring tactics as much, even though we did see in the Division 1 finals, the Black Forest game was had amazing Tiberius Rancor daring gameplay, but even in that game we saw Pro Comi punish and almost bring that game to the end. It was technically a draw actually, and so on Black Forest banning 39th might be a good idea, but what if Goldenpanzer plays 79th? What if Goldenpanzer can execute the tactic with some other division? We are not getting a response from Snowwolfie. Snowwolfie is thinking, looking through the armory, maybe looking through any stats if they have gathered them. The WARNO Anime Society needs to really dig themselves up on this one if they want to get the Division 2 finals as well. Or they are in the finals as well, though, if they want to get the championship.
Yeah, the 2nd Panzer and 2nd UK ban here really stand out of Goldenpanzer. Seems to be the established thing to do here lately. And 5th lane Day-ban, super basic as well. What will we get out of Snowwolfie as the pick here, though? 76 again. Okay. I mean, it worked in game number 1. It didn't work clean in game number 1, but it worked.
This is an LGB bomber-friendly map, considering it has so much open ground on which vehicles move up, and it has it is surrounded by forests, which feeds recon infantry gameplay.
Yes, and with 76, you also, I think you beat most of the airborne divisions because they don't have long-range AA on the ground. So you kind of need to pick a slower mechanized division in it, so it also means that you have the initiative. So picking 76 to gain the initiative in the battle, I think it's not a bad idea here from Snowwolfie. The question is, what will Goldenpanzer pick against it now that 39th is banned? Will he play 27th again? Will he play 79th, which has a similar roster, though a bit less efficient, which might be an issue?
79th would allow for coups, but the fighter planes would be worse than 39th, of course.
Yeah, you wouldn't have the SC-27th. Obviously, you could play one on 119th, but that has the SC-27th, but that doesn't have the coups, so yeah, you kind of want to have something with long range. Like, I guess something like 8th would be the most standard pick here for what Goldenpanzer usually does, like an 8th US.
Giving the Eyehawks would be real nice here. Even if they need to be microed against artillery and bombers, but just having long range AA is so crucial against 76. I can't imagine if you're picking something like 24th or something like the 27th, the medium range anti-air and in 27th case the mediocre air supremacy fighters. I don't think they will be able to contest this.
Yes. Another thing is maybe going for an 82nd and just really combat the issue head on. Relying that your F-15s with the better accuracy and the higher ECM win the duel against the MiG-31s maybe. And just by having more fighters out there, like saving up for maybe having 6 fighters or so in the sky. But yeah, that's a question of, like, yeah, it's a big question mark. What is the best decision here now to pick against 76? I think nothing is super comfortable. I think there's a couple of options that are absolutely fine, but the question is, how do you want to approach it? And there comes the pick in. Like, you could also go for something like TKS. They have the iHawks as well. They have Roland 3s, though their fighter obviously not as amazing either. But the Mirage 2000s at least are okay against the Su-24s. Try to get some damage in there.
Yeah, they're cheap enough, and they're one of the few planes that can kind of they can do reliable damage to the Su-27s. The Mirages can, because they are in numbers. They are agile enough, and their guns can do some amount of damage, but it's still not efficient to keep sending 230 point planes to die against 250 point planes.
Yeah, and then I guess there would be 4th Mordschützen, which doesn't have that many targets that are worthwhile bombing for the SUs. Has
275.
4 deploy as well, and has Cups. So yeah, there is a couple of interesting choices here. I don't think 7th is quick enough and agile enough, even though the T-72s are nice and so on, but they would suffer against the ATGM game a lot more than the T-55s that at least can engage on full range and are a bit cheaper. But yeah, this would be an interesting pick to maybe at least bring the speed on similar levels. But yeah, it's no easy pick here for sure, with the 39th removed out of the picture for Goldenpanzer.
Yeah, I think Goldenpanzer at this point probably thinks that they can contest Snowwolfie when it comes to fundamentals. The first game was one thing, but I think first game Goldenpanzer probably did realize that they kind of messed that up, and they had the pieces on the board to win that. I think they probably realized that by the time the 3-minute mark happened at the latest. And I don't think something like TKS or anything wacky is going to come out here. I believe that Goldenpanzer will likely have enough confidence to fight this on the fundamentals, considering now that Snowwolfie has attempted to move into a heavy aggro division. The heavy aggro was also shut down by just good control and tank gameplay.
Yeah, and yeah, 8 US I don't think is a good division for the map. Otherwise, it'd be okay-ish here as well. Chappies plus F-15s and so on, but and the 6 Moto would have the Books, would have MiG-31s to play there as well, but
I was correct here. Back to fundamentals.
okay,
Goldenpanzer
79 for this.
79.
Yeah, it's the fundamentals, but it is them in a bit weaker in the matchup, I would say. Like, yes, you have the Coops, yes, you have the Akacia, but you are a bit less efficient there in the early game, maybe. Gonna be interesting to see how Goldenpanzer approaches this now.
Yeah, 79th, especially if Goldenpanzer plays it the same way that they play 39th, will likely have a lot of BMP2s. There are more BMP2s in the armored division than in the motorized rifle division, but in this case, they might also be taken on 0 vet. This might allow for relatively there to be more slots for aircraft, for even something like the MiG-23 to the cheap airplanes to contest the air. And but yeah, nothing is going to replace the Su-27. No amount of cheap or mediocre fighters. The Coups might be really good here, but this is a way larger map, and the planes are going to be have more green space to play around with and fresh air. So you can't necessarily rely on the Coups to perform every time. Not like last time we saw them perform, it was a Mount River, and Mount River isn't like maybe the best map for the Coups to act.
Yeah, here we go. As yeah, Snowwolfie and Goldenpanzer here. coming around with game number 4. Prediction is up again on YouTube, on Twitch.
No, no. You need to redo it. I misclicked. I misclicked my bet.
No, you have to. No.
I am now tied to Snowwolfie, but for the record, I was really into Goldenpanzer winning this. Also, no, you need to redo the bet because you said 39th guards and not 79th.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, you need to redo this.
I will redo it here now. Just for you. But yeah, guys, you could also use this slight downtime here to, first of all, get yourself a couple of ships, a couple of more popcorn for the next game, but also maybe leave a subscription and a like on YouTube if you're around, helping out the channel. And yeah, just a follow on Twitch as well if you haven't done so yet. And if you really want to help this out big time, consider leaving a subscription or joining the channel on YouTube. That would be much appreciated. Any bit of financial support there helps out a lot, pushing this further. And yeah, we have a lot of stuff planned and coming, guys, over the next couple of months. Obviously, this 2v2 tournament in December that you all should sign up for if you haven't done so yet. We have a good amount of teams already, but if you have a friend and you want to have a good, fun 2v2 tourney on a weekend, that's here for you. Second Swiss Championship Swiss tournament, so you get to play all 5 games if you sign up. No eliminations. You will have a good time for 6 hours there if you sign up, so please come and join. And yeah, we will have a good event there running with all the players. And then there's also more tournaments planned for next year. We have a really big one currently in the planning. More information as soon as we have it a bit more ironed out. And yeah, you should all follow so that you don't miss out on that. Discord, YouTube, Twitch, Blue Sky by now as well, for everybody who is on that lovely page. Yeah, we have a Blue Sky front page now as well, as that currently seems to be a somewhat friendly place, unlike its older brother that has become worse and worse with...
I will be dragged into Blue Sky kicking and screaming. I am a late adopter. I have seen the kind of posting that happens there, and I don't think it's a proper place for me to express my toxicity. I think it's important to keep tabs on the dredges of society and what is happening with their twisted brains, and that is why I am a proud The Everything app user.
Yeah, no. I value my mental health enough to not get onto those.
What's that? Like, mental health.
So yeah, but yeah, if you want to join there, it's a nice place, and I want to see how it progresses. But now, guys, it's time for game number 4. So let's get in here. Let's stop talking about all of that nonsense and focus on some lovely like forest action here. And yeah, we have to get the bat back up that got sabotaged by Mr. Chlorite over here. As obviously it can't go without the bats here.
Excuse me, I was pointing out you put the long division in the...
Yeah. Here we go, guys. 5 minutes this time. Get your bets in now. Don't miss out on a bit of gambling.
50k on Goldenpanzer. Match me.
And yeah, Snowwolfie and Goldenpanzer here coming up nicely. 79 versus 76. Pretty close numbers. The closest you can get with these two, I think. Well, 79 is actually closer to 82nd. But there's the 82nd in the game, but yeah. It's 2 really good divisions.
But let's think about this. The Mount River game obviously didn't go perfectly for Snowwolfie, but they still won it. But in this map, the punishment that the airspace is so more varied. It's not necessarily possible to hold the airspace reliably with cubes. Not if those cubes are also at the same time targeted by Snowwolfie. The games are slower, so this will de facto mean that Snowwolfie will be able to get at least most of their planes up, and the center, the position, the town uphill, the sawmill, is basically a free point for the forward deploying player, especially the one deploying on the western side, which is Snowwolfie right now, the blue side. The aircraft will be able to hang around safely for a long time. The Su-24s have a long fuel tank, which means that they can be around for 240 seconds, as well as the MiG-31s. And more space there is for them to maneuver, the more survivability they're going to have. There are a lot of positions, a lot of buildings, a lot of tree lines all around the map. All the sites are basically surrounded by these large forest hills. All of this feeds into recon gameplay, and recon gameplay works best with LGB bombers, and that is something that 76 can bring out. 76 can also start this out pretty aggressively, because the only way to fight against this infantry aggro from an airborne division would be to counter this with your recon units. And despite Goldenpanzer buying three Spetsnaz Grus, these units are actually being deployed very defensively, not even trying to move into Boris. So 1, 2, 3 of the 1-point positions are immediately donated by Goldenpanzer. I don't think, I really doubt that they are going up the sawmill.
Well, they seem to be planning that. You say you doubt it, but where else would you go with the TO-55s if you start in that direction? Oh, wait, what the hell are so...
They're going somewhere else, what?
Oh my goodness, what is this plan here?
Throwing out all of my notes about fundamental space gameplay, seeing Goldenpanzer buy 2 TO-55s and driving them into the enemy spawn.
This is something. I mean, yeah, that can be annoying. Goldenpanzer here coming with a TADB towards the center immediately. Okay, not going for the sawmill with them, but instead going for the rear play. But TO-55s will take a good while to get there. Why not do it with something like a BRDM Conqueror, so that at least can go there somewhat quickly? Wait, I guess we have a rehost.
Oh, I was doing the meme where the guy pulls the headset off and throws it out.
I'm not quite sure what happened here. We haven't gotten a confirmation about what the issue here was. But, yeah.
I mean, Goldenpanzer is Southeast Asian, right? And we've had these internet issues before, considering Eugen skimping out on the
Yeah, but it is not a it would tell you disconnect usually then.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So, there was a surrender here. The
cat stepped in on the key.
Maybe they decided to play it on another day because it's getting late or something. Yeah.
Nah, there is another game going.
Okay, there's another game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then we get going there. Then I have no idea what happened. Maybe somebody picked the wrong deck.
Yes, Pasta La Vista is on the scene, trying to find out, but no response so far.
Yeah, I mean they're back in the next game. I guess it was just either a disconnect that somehow showed up.
No,
weirdly.
I think the blue and red sides have switched.
Yeah.
What? Maybe the players haven't switched, but
they might still have switched there as well, as Goldenpanzer is written below, which is usually the red side. So yeah, we might have a switch in sides here. Unfortunate, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah, the bets stay.
Okay, they will rehost until they get the same sides again. To keep it fair, yeah. Goldenpanzer asked for a rematch as they picked the wrong deck, which is fine, as it was still a win deployment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe clicking out and realizing that you only have TO55s. But yeah, going so far, the Goldenpanzer's defense going to the east side of Fedor and to the west side of Dimitri. And as we were talking about contest in center, the TO55s could be the force to contest center, but also they are slow and they're clumsy, and they are vulnerable if Snowwolfie actually wants to fight for center, and they could maybe work as the first targets of an LGB plane by, and but though on the other hand, a helicopter is not a threat for them. So there are reasons for maybe to do some tank aggro. We're doing it again.
Yeah, they try to redo to relaunch it so that they have the same side
Okay.
as in the first game. That's why they are currently relaunching it. We have to wait until they get around.
Yeah.
Game is in debriefing, so yeah, gonna be interesting to see what happens here.
Game is now loading. This time made by Snowwolfie. And the sides are right, the divisions are right. Once again, we need to wait for the stream delay to catch up.
I don't
Because
see
of
the game yet, but that might be on
I
me.
I am in there. There's a Snowwolfie's game right now.
Huh? Is it more than... Did he launch it as a 2v2?
No, I don't think so.
Why do I not see that game?
I just kept clicking refresh.
I clicked refresh it a couple of times. I don't see it as a 1v1. What the... What the hell? I see Uncle's game and default server name. I will restart the game real quick. That is a first. Gives you time to go to Matcherino, guys, and fill it up. The last $10 that I needed to get us a prize pool for Division 3 as well. As the
Cool.
nice Sir of Better 75 here stepped up with another $15, getting us to $390, closing in on the 400 that are the stretch goal here for the final important stretch goal. Get some small prize pool to Division 3 as well.
I will go refill my plate of my.
I don't see the
peanut
game.
butter
What the hell?
cookies. Oh, I don't. I mean, it's launching this very second here. Maybe this one. No, it seems to be happening on my part.
Does anybody
I don't
else
know
see
what's
it?
going on. No, okay, wait. Maybe this one bugged out because this one stopped also immediately. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Running games, 1v1 games. We shall wait for them to start. Because I'm friends with Snowwolfie, and it says that Snowwolfie is in session. 9th try?
Okay. Okay, there we go. They needed nine tries to do it, but we got it going again. Okay. That's why we usually cast from replays, guys, in the group stages, because this shenanigans just takes a bit too much time that we could use for other casts in those moments, but obviously live games is in the knockout stage are the real deal, and yeah. We are back in here. I believe at least this is the right one.
Yeah, I think this. I think we're looking at the same one here.
Yeah. I believe that we are in Snowwolfie's lobby here, and it is working correct this time around.
So I've been getting back into deadlifting after pausing due to the autumn depression hitting, but doing exercises has helped. And every time I step out from my chair, I feel like I need to crash down. I lifted 150 kilos 3 times in a row. Oh,
Nice. Job well done there, though. But
yeah,
yeah,
thought,
I don't see this one at least going into deployment either. It's a Snowwolfie lobby, right? Yeah.
yeah, it's a Snowwolfie lobby.
It is in deployment. Okay.
I think that's the one that I'm in.
Yeah. Now we also have some colors. Now we have it all right up. Okay. They
Yeah,
can
it just
go into
came
deployment
right
now.
on time.
We wish them GLHF and hope for the best now. Oh boy. There we go. Goldenpanzer setting up again. Goldenpanzer setting up similar again. Will Goldenpanzer go for the TO-55 flank again? Big question marks all around.
So the opener here, you were saying that Goldenpanzer might contest the sawmill area, but Razbedka is being set to do
No.
basically backline guarding.
I thought the TO-55s would go there, but
Yeah.
obviously because they were deployed that far north. But obviously, yeah, they are up for another shenanigans, and they are back to the business. So, oh boy, this is going to be sexy. Yes. That means Snowwolfie will have an advantage around the center early on. If the TO-55s can get some nice kills back there, they will be annoying to deal with because you don't have a helicopter to just hunt them down, unlike with all the other decks out there that where we would just get an AT helicopter, kill those guys. Here you need to at least use some ground units to do that. With the drone, you might be able to spot it from the air again. We saw that in the first game, that the drone play is liked by Snowwolfie. Air tap on Goldenpanzer side, this time weaker, only MiG-29s, and not the... It's the good MiG-29s with the Fire and Forget, mid-range, long heat-seeking R-27, but it means that you have to rely still more on the ground because the Su-27 is for sure still the superior plane, so the Coups here, a bit more lifting on their shoulders. And yeah, but
the defensive deployment here. Oh.
The TO-55s nowadays are pretty expensive, but even if you kill 3 of them with the LGB is still more expensive than the 3 TO-55s. Plus, they might still do some shenanigans in the rear and so on. So, yeah, gonna be interesting here. Meanwhile, on the other side, how aggressive will it be? Yeah, this is going to be a push into Boris. Gonna be a push into Feodor as well. The Boris push is to be expected. I wonder how Goldenpanzer will try to clean that off. Will we see some early artillery again? Maybe even some rocket artillery this time around? Or will it be like a big BMP plop? A couple of T-80BVs? There's a couple of ways, but he needs to be somewhat quick again. Otherwise, even on Black Forest, the tick might be too much.
Yeah, so basically, if you see Boris, Dmitry, and Fedor, and southeast of Boris, east of Fedor, and south of Dmitry, there is this area in which there are a couple of buildings. I think that is kind of the absolute backline that you can deploy to. Those are that is the area in which you can try to build up some amount of mechanized forces while supported by recon on all sides. And I think the Spetsnaz GRU deployment, and then looking at the tank and coup deployment, the kind of place around that this area east of Fedor and south of Dmitry is where the mechanized buildup will start from the 79th and from Goldenpanzer.
Yeah, and the way to play this maybe would be similar to what we saw out of Tiberius Rancor, going for a deep push towards Elena. Like, that could maybe caught Snowwolfie by surprise. You need to keep the coup umbrella moving, though. That is the big issue with this. But you could potentially go for an Elena capture, and then you have 5 versus 3 points, and then it doesn't matter that you gave them the sawmill. Then it doesn't matter if they have Boris. Moving out of Boris anywhere, it will be tough. And that could give you plus 2 actually, even as the red side. But it's not going to be easy here for sure. And Goldenpanzer for sure will start a bit slower here with that shenanigans towards the north.
Ooh, the super expensive Desatniki Spetras Vedka is actually being bought and sent to hold center.
They're not... oh, yeah. That is going to be interesting.
I think that is actually a good job for it, because it can fight off a singular enemy recon squad, it can fight off an enemy recon helicopter, and then it can stay around and be a recon unit. I think that might just be worthwhile of having the very expensive price. It's not even a special forces unit.
Yeah, and here we go. The forces move in. Yeah, doesn't Spetra Dredka coming into this center with Spets Grupa V there as well. Those are the special forces with AKS 74Us and some PKMs. RPG 27 as well there. So you don't want to get too close to those guys. Yeah, the Coups and the Motostrelkis here slowly moving towards the south here for Goldenpanzer. One Motra Dredka with a BMP2 to get some more recon around there as well. You really want to spot all those potential positions for IFVs on the other side so that your TADBVs don't get ambushed. And some really defensive Radredka positioning in the forest there. What's the TO-55? Yeah, those little old tanky boys on a mission here, trying to disrupt the enemy rear.
Do those things have enough fuel to be able to reliably get to the backlines?
On the road, yeah. They eat up a decent amount of fuel, but yeah, as long as you don't push them through forests, they should be doing fine there.
Yeah, I was just saying that this is such a great position for Snowwolfie that a 2 BMD1 leader unit by first minute is smart. You can always buy faster, but you can't buy cheaper leaders than the BMD ones, and having 2 of them compensate for their speed. And getting the tick up is very important here, considering this, as we talked about earlier, Black Forest is the slow ticking map. Black Forest is the map which allows you a some kind of a mid-game at the very least.
Yeah, currently actually a +2 for Goldenpanzer, as his rear zone here got captured by the Motostrike Kamradi, and he's now pushing towards Fyodor. BMD3 here already spotted. Conquers and Modradvedka in the BMP2 coming along here now as well. There's not GIU on both sides here with decent spotting, as the Conquers is trying to get into a position where it can kill that BMD3. The BMP2 moving around as well. BMD3 maybe a bit too far forward. Conquers here now coming along, and it can smoke off, sure, but can it run away without giving another shot to the BMP2 or the Conquers? Won't be easy. If the Conquers would now switch position, it might get into a position here. BMP2 could follow that up as well, but it is shooting at the Spetsnaz instead. So the BMD3 will escape, whilst Goldenpanzer most likely gonna get into Fyodor at least.
Yeah, so
far...
Oh,
BMD3 didn't escape!
Oh, no.
Cast a curse. Good kill there. Important kill. 120 point unit killed off. And Also allowing Goldenpanzer potentially here to really push towards Elena already.
Yeah, so Goldenpanzer's reinforcements are really telling. They are opening up by getting the really heavy 2000 supply Crass truck, the supply truck. Then with the two BMP2s, these are once again zero vet, as we saw with the 39th gameplay, so playing with the numbers. Then following up with the T80, the cheaper variant, the Bs, and then following up with even more supply, this time I believe for the coups, as well as an extra coup. So this is this is immediately
Yeah, the
taking
coups
advantage
already
of the
paying off here. The first LGB bomber is down.
Oh,
Like,
no.
this is big. This is really big.
Wow.
BMP2 is coming forward. LGB, that is 1 out of 2 that you can get, and it costs you 315 points. So losing that without getting a real kill with it is just massive. And yeah, the Motostrelki leader here still arrived. Bringing that in here was a big risk, and it didn't pay off at all. It didn't come in with a seat plane, it didn't come in with protection, and it also just tried to go too deep. Like, I don't know why Snowwolfie tried that when they know that Goldenpanzer always brings those coups, and that risk just way too high there. Meaning that Snowwolfie once more starting into a bad air start here with the 76, but it didn't stop them from winning last time, so we'll see if they can repeat it this time around. TO-55s rolling through the north, going through their fuel quite quickly, so yeah, they will make it to the rear, they won't make it much further, but Goldenpanzer here now pushing towards Elena, but Snowwolfie at least having a couple of defensive units there by now, not all that much though, so Goldenpanzer here really, I think, with the right plan for this map right now.
Yeah, Goldenpanzer immediately tasting of blood with the Rasvedka BMD3 overextension, getting those kills out there, and of course
BMP2 though, not smoking off. Needs to get the smoke out, or did it already smoke off in an earlier situation? I'm not quite sure. TADB not getting involved with its gun. Eating the shot there unnecessarily. BMP2 now getting into range. TADB getting a shot off now as well, so the Conquerors should be killed off as well. The second Su-24 LGB already coming in. Once more without a seat escort. The coups are a bit further back this time around, so this push at least might work out a bit better. Gets one kill there on the BMP Rajvetka, gets hit by a coup missile again though. At least doesn't get killed, but this one is out for a long while as well, and that's the only LGB that is left here, so that gives Goldenpanzer a big window of opportunity now to use BMP2s and TADBs a bit more aggressively than he usually could be comfortable with.
Yeah, on the other hand, we're seeing Snowwolfie recognize what's happening here and trying to get value out of all of these units invested into the middle. They are engaging a reinforcement BMP2, taking it out actually, and just 2, 3, 4 infantry units are defending the back point of Dimitri. Dimitri is extra crucial because it is also the reinforcement route for all the other operations trying to push into Elena. So if this numerically superior but positionally kind of hurt force of Snowwolfies manages to get out here and capture this Dimitri point, that could maybe allow for grinding down the attack, taking out the forces reinforcing it, and then maybe building a screening force of ATGM all around the red force. But this would but I don't know. This could be happening. There's a T-80 has been is able to fire at this crossing Desantniki, but the BMD2s representing the fire superiority up north.
Finally, a helicopter being brought in here. I really like the helicopter play out of Goldenpanzer. That is important here. There's little AA here, and a quick helicopter reinforcement to take out the BMD2s maybe could be really important. The TADB is pushing forward, doesn't get shot, so it can get a bit more ground. The Motostrelkis got only the neutralization of the rear zone on Elena. The infantry over the open was a bit too slow there for Goldenpanzer, and his TADB was not with this push, so that didn't help out. The Dejanikis keep on pushing here. Spätskrupa V completely unharmed, pushing through there. The Dejanikis will take the fire for it, and a Spätskrupa V there in this town is going to be a pain to deal with. BMD2s maybe overstepping their welcome now, pushing into the range of the BMP2 there, though for now it's still going okay. Mi-8 MT with rockets, that is a really crucial unit here as well. Conquerors coming in against the BMD2s. Both sides here in a tough spot. The Spätsgruppe V in the town. The Dejanikis around it though, all really low. BMD2s getting taken out. Conquerors and BMP2 there doing their job. So in the end, that might be an overextension by Snowwolfie. The CV Soroka BMD1 getting shot here, getting stunned. TADB firing an ATGM as well. The BMD1 doesn't have smoke, and it gets taken out, and it doesn't get into the zone. Snowwolfie here in trouble, I think.
Yeah, but Goldenpanzer managing to excellently stabilize against his back attack, moving just a few vehicles to attack at this long range. Attack on long range against the short range push. The rocket plane, there was nothing to counter it. There was a side attack of BRDM2s taken out by the Forest Razvedka, and even though a force of infantry units for Snowwolfie are currently holding Elena and capturing it, they are not in a position to attack a tank frontline. The Spetsnaz GRU and the T-80 will be, even if the BMD-3s have good penetration, they can't go toe-to-toe against the T-80s. The T-80s have way too high of a rate of fire, and they have smoke as well.
MiG-23 disengaging in the north, gets gunned down there after getting hit by one missile of the MiG-31s. TADB in the south though, getting to get some more kills there. The TO-55s are in position, and that I think was the reason why the MiG-23 came in, to protect those TO-55s. And yeah, we have now the counter push here into the Boris zone, with all those TADs and BMP2s that have been bought. The Motostrelki is also pretty good in numbers. And yes, Snowwolfie overstepped a bit there with the part of his forces that can be aggressive. And all his defensive units in the south, they have to try to cross open terrain here now as infantry as well. A TADB there is a really valuable defensive unit for Goldenpanzer right now. Getting some kill on BMDs, getting some kill onto the infantry with some nice HE rounds fired against them as well. And this is an expensive push here for Snowwolfie through the open field.
Yeah, the 76 can afford to lose can afford to lose infantry, but it can't afford to trade down. These attacks are a bit desperate. The T-80 is the protagonist here, moving around and just keep doing this free damage, getting reinforced and rearmed by the supply units, and basically nothing here can threaten it. Even if a Conquerors or a BMD-3 get a shot at it, it has already likely resupplied its smoke round, so it can just escape those attacks as well. Goldenpanzer's zero-vet infantry moving into the middle point and will likely be able to take it, despite some Desantniki Metis moving in to defend this area. The fire superiority offered by these massed vehicles, as long as Goldenpanzer takes these engagements well, will win these engagements, elite infantry or no. Two Su-24 HEs moving up here and doing some bombing runs, one of them getting taken out, but these ones mostly whiffing their shots and maybe even losing the second plane. That is horrible, losing both of them, trading against single Motostrelki BMP.
And yeah, we have Motostrelki, Dejaniki, and Dejaniki fighting in the Boris point now, as the TADBs and BMP2s there pushing forward. TADB still falling back, and Boris is about to fall here. Goldenpanzer really about to get back into there with the CV now as well. More BMP2s coming up, and the BMP2 spam here, they just can't keep this life uncomfortable for Snowwolfie. As long as Goldenpanzer doesn't lose them too easily to some sneaky ATGMs, I think the BMD3s and BMD2s will have a tough time stopping them, especially with a couple TADBs mixed in, and with no air support really that can help out dealing with them. The TO-55s here, still chilling out. They haven't done anything really yet. Well, it's SUs trying to find a good angle here for attack. Ooh, that thermobaric attack against the infantry there. That could kill a couple of Motostrelkis. We will see how that bombing run goes by this SU. Bombs are out. Shots of AA are pretty long range. They still get the kill though. 3 Motorstrike is down, but so is the SU. No seed plane with it, and Goldenpanzer is being able to stop the tick here now. So only 200 point advantage for Snowwolfie, not the big 1,500 points that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, a one Cube launcher has already vetted up twice, so we have a veteran Cube. The units gain veterancy based around their own price and the amount of damage that they do to units and the price of the units that they do damage to. So Cubes, 110 points, getting hits, 90% damage hits against 300-point MiGs. Can level up these units fast. That's also the reason why manpads and E-class and such level up very fast. And despite these being imperfect trades, I think those air attacks really kind of sealed it. Those air attacks were so inefficient that you can see it on the board here. There are not enough vehicles, not enough ATGMs to counter the amount of ATGMs of Goldenpanzer, and on long range the T-80s will win anyways, so why even bother? The TO-55 actually closing in on running out of fuel as it's getting into the more crowded supply route.
The second one in the north still around to get onto the rear of the BRDM and the Conquerors there, so they both start to pay off soon maybe, as there's nothing that really can 1v1 them frontally. Like even BMDs would need to get a bit more range between them to really do that. So the TO-55 in the north gets the BRDM, the Conqueror's truck close by will most likely get killed off here in a second as well. Flamethrower shot actually stunning down the Conqueror's truck and getting the kill there, whilst the center is hold. And yeah, the TO-55 in the north already paid off with that. More units coming in there. Question is, will Snowwolfie even realize what happens? This is happening so far in the rear that with the busy action on the front line, you might just not quite realize what's happening there actually. And the other TO-55 is in a spot as well here to hold the position. RT Vajvetka disengaging, Dejaniki Medis disengaging as well. BMD P2s here in decent spots. And yeah, the TO-55 here just continuing the trouble.
The flame tanker lighting this forest on fire actually works as a signal to point out to Snowwolfie that there is something happening here. Even more infantry, 2 Desantingi Metises might get taken out here by the second TO-55, missing its first shot. This damage here is not something that Snowwolfie can really absorb. The
TO-55's missing there a couple of times, but the other reinforcement just getting completely torn apart. The TO-55 play working out perfectly, and because it ignited the road there, it also means that all the other vehicles start to slow down and take damage in it. So the napalm really working out nicely there. The next RT Rajvetka has been brought up, but it's actually also moving to the front line. Still, the TO-55 ignored, and this is going to be a tough spot now for Snowwolfie. 500 points or so lost to one TO-55 there in the rear, and that is something that, especially with the situation on the front line, they just can't afford here. This most likely the game-winning move here for Goldenpanzer. Yeah. They now can push towards Alpha here.
Yeah, the reason this is possible is because 76th has no helicopters. A single helicopter, even like an inefficient rocket helicopter, could go and engage these TO-55s easy, but Goldenpanzer feels confident enough doing this by knowing that it needs to be an LGB-2 plane. LGB-2 plane, speaking of which, coming in here and dropping bomb against the southern TO-55, taking the more crucial one out of commission.
The one in the north still getting the RT Radvetka killed though, still forcing more investment here. The unit there not spotted yet. Snowwolfie realizing what is happening finally, but yeah, this was really rough. They have really little now on the front line to hold the line with. A couple of Dejanikis at least made it through in the south. If those would have died as well, Alpha would for sure be super gone at this point. We have the Seed and the LGB2 now around, as they finally thought they would be able to afford the Seed easily, as if those 500 points would have made it to the front. I think the Alpha's Elena front would have been relatively stable right now, but Without all these forces on the front line, the seat investment here right now is
Still
a really
alive.
expensive one. Dejan Udlani
Still
need to get out of
alive.
transport. The TO-55 is actually pushing forward. Oh no! It dodged the whole situation there. The Dejan Udlani have 2 RPGs. They just need to get out of transport. They didn't get out of transport. Oh no! The second LGB lands on the wrong spot as well, as it didn't target the unit spotted, and more units get lost here. The SU-24 also won't be around for it either. Oh no, this is a disaster. An absolute disaster for Snowwolfie. Losing a lot of time and, more crucially, a lot of points here as well. The MiG-29 coming around, forcing the seaplane back, killing the Schmel there as well. The TO-55s, just the absolute master plan for Goldenpanzer, working extremely well, and at the same time the units on the front line slowly can advance and take the empty ground.
Yeah, this MiG-29 AA-3 is armed with the R-27T long-range air-to-air missiles, or actually kind of medium range. They are they are a Soviet fire and forget missile, kind of like a AMRAAM clone, and the only 79th get this plane, and this sending in this very cheap for 215 points MiG and getting that damage done. This is all snowballing so much on Goldenpanzer's favor. Meanwhile, all of this has been happening. Goldenpanzer has been buying reinforcements. There is an Akatsiya. There is a more coups. There is more supply. There are more BMP2s. More BMP2s coming in groups of 3, and despite now, a bunch of kills are being gotten by the Blues, but as Goldenpanzer moves forward, Goldenpanzer even doing infantry attacks over long range, getting targeted by the Rasvedka BMD-3, but even despite this, he can afford to lose them. The units are a resource. Time to use the resource, as we said after the first game.
Yeah, I feel like Snowwolfie here maybe running a bit out of stamina. Obviously, playing the 4th game in a row here in a 4 hours run already, and yeah, you start to make mistakes there. Like, we always see those in games like this, in the best of 5s. Weird slip-ups start to happen in game 4, game 5, as these games are just as much about the prowess in the game as it is also about stamina at this point, and knowing your enemy, outsmarting what they do. And yeah, Goldenpanzer found the solution here for some problems with those TO-55s, and they now can keep the pressure on here. A lot of BMP2s and T-80BVs pushing forward, and Snowwolfie just not really having the forces to deal with this anymore. The 76 not able to keep an efficient frontline here up anymore, and really the couple of small nerfs that it received for sure have some impact here, but it also was just really well played gameplay by Goldenpanzer. The BTR-60 now moving into Elena again, and that most likely can't be stopped here by Snowwolfie, as more ATGM vehicles and so on try to come around, but the T-80 and BMP-2 numbers are just so high. If Goldenpanzer doesn't mess this up big time, they should be able to get the W here at this point.
Yeah, there was from the very start Goldenpanzer doing this defensive opener, very much like a perfect platonic example of playing against forward deployment. Take as defensive positions as you can, and when you see the enemy overextend just a little bit, you go in and you push through, and suddenly it's your game to lose. And now after getting pulled out for the counterattack against Dimitri, against the back point, managed to slow down the mech blob from moving west by forcing the mech blob to come back and kind of mop up all the remaining infantry.
Ooh,
but afterwards,
the bombs here, they do decent damage, the thermobaric bombs, but yeah, once more bomber lost. The seaplane couldn't come around this time around, as it was getting damaged and had to be repaired. So the TRM had to come out on its own, and yeah, you just can't afford it. You need to keep your planes alive. You need to get the snowball on, and that snowball just never materialized in this game. And unlike in the first games, Goldenpanzer is not wasting time, and Goldenpanzer is also trading better against the BMDs and the Conquerors on the ground. Gets here into the rear zone now, starts to get the capture. T-80s pushing forward, getting hit there pretty hard. BMD-3 with the Conqueror's M is a pretty strong vehicle when it comes to damage output. But Schleni here with the double RPG could be quite deadly as well, but they get pinned down before they can get into the buildings. ATGMs flying around killing the Conquerors, and I think we have a winner here. +4 going on. We have a counterattack in the north. I believe if that's kind of Snowwolfie's last chance here. Snowwolfie needs to get some good damage done, but it's all infantry. The BMD3s are all down already, and the infantry on their own just can't do that much against the mechanized forces on the other side.
Yeah, the air transition after losing Boris, the buying of like 4 to 5 planes, all of which got shot down by the coups or disabled for a really long time by 9 damage hits, that was the turning point, I think. That was the time when Snowwolfie suddenly was put into a back foot, and then having even those resources that they had, getting the TO-55 tax on the reinforcement routes, it went badly because Goldenpanzer played this perfect.
And we have a winner with this. We have a Division 2 winner with Goldenpanzer getting a 3-1 victory over Snowwolfie here. Congratulations to that. After game number 1, I was a bit worried that Goldenpanzer wouldn't be able to keep up with Snowwolfie's pressure, but they absolutely were. In the other 3 games, they reflected it nicely and pushed it over and got to the victory every single time with a really clean mechanized play. I'm not trying to get any super fancy things out. The TO-55 play here in the last game obviously was sneaky, but it was also not supposed to get that much damage done. Like, it was supposed to be a nuisance. That it would get this much damage done, they couldn't quite hope for, but Snowwolfie, obviously, somewhat exhausted at this point, and also pretty under pressure on the front line, up to do some mistakes, and the TO-55s just punished it big time. GGVP here, Goldenpanzer and Snowwolfie, a really strong run by both players. And if we have a look here on the bracket, they for sure earned to be in the finals. And yeah, Goldenpanzer with a really good show here, getting a 3-1 victory here in the end. So well played and congratulations here to Goldenpanzer. I will ask them as well if they are up for an interview. Give me a minute.
Yes, so our Southeast Asian secondary superstar will be moving up to Division 1 for the next season, because we are using the Euro football system of divisions, which I have never really figured out to look. Protoss does all of this stuff, but coming back to the next division next season, you will be able to see Goldenpanzer go against people like ProCommie, people who played in the Division 1 but did not drop down to Division 2 due to bad performance.
So yeah, like team and place will most likely be around next season again. There will be a lot of tough players there to beat for these guys, but they really showed their prowess up till here, so I'm pretty confident that they will do in Division 1 as well. Pibbat joining them up there as well, and Cringemeister, so that will be interesting to see in Division 1 next season. And yep, WARNO is a lot of fun lately, and this also showed, I think, that all kind of play styles are pretty viable at the moment, especially when you take all the maps into considerations. Airplay for sure can be annoying, but we saw it fail twice here, and in the last one really impressively as well, so you can shoot it down quite nicely as well. So yeah, I think WARNO is in an okay-ish spot. We can push it further though, and I'm looking forward to do so in the next couple of months and years, hopefully as well. So yeah,
WARNO is always at the best spot it ever was, unless there is something like you remember the SMG nerf? Yeah, like when there's sometimes there is just something that significantly lowers the quality of the game, but it's quite rare. Even though the game has a lot of annoying problems, because it is even though it is a kind of a high budget and well polished game, in its spirit it is still Eurojank, and Eurojank games have too many mechanics, too much information for them to ever be completely solid. But that is why we like WARNO. We like games that take chances, that actually kind of test the limits of both the community and the player's skill, especially nowadays as video games are repeatedly and increasingly getting made to be worse copies of earlier video games. Development budgets are being cut. Professionals are being replaced by labor-saving machinery, such as large language models. And games like WARNO elicit emotions because these are actually engaging mechanics. And I will stand by and say that the game is in its best spot so far. I have a memory. I am a history student, and I remember all of the things that you people have forgotten, all of the horrible parts of this game that have been slowly swept away throughout the early access.
And yeah, we have the guy that made it here into the finals, that then also made it through the finals and came out on top. Goldenpanzer, congratulations to that victory. How are you feeling about it?
Thank you, but the first game I was just like, okay, it's gonna be 3-0.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you still outtraded heavily in the first game, but yeah, it felt like you were not quite playing the same objective focused game that Snowwolfie was. But then you
To be
really
honest-
clunched down on the clean even more so in the follow-up games and just got that KD even further.
Yeah, to be honest, until like the last 2 minutes, I did not know I was running low on time. I thought I had plenty of time. Then I look up and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, that's
That is
what we were
exactly
doing here
what I
about.
thought.
I was
That
like
is
screaming,
exactly what-
please, just A-click, please panic. It's time to panic now. But yeah, it was a really good game there. And yeah, Goldenpanzer, congratulations here. How are you looking forward to Division 1 next season, and how are you seeing your chances there?
Honestly, it's gonna be meta players who are gonna like know everything. I'm just a guy who just does mech play again and again, and it seems to be working so far. But
Yeah, you have
eventually,
amazing execution. You don't take big risks. You don't play with units that require taking a lot of risks, such as, let's say, Su-24 LGB planes, and minimizing risk and maximizing the amount of control that you have over the stuff that's happening is a skill. A lot of players we have seen, even in Division 1, even in top level late games of Division 1, we have seen people who just can't contest opponents on their fundamentals, and they rely too much on being wacky, being cheesy, and the sorts of players that don't really have a thing, the sorts of players that just can execute very well and have really good fundamentals, tend to win the division championships so far. I mean, we have had I don't think Division 4 really counts, but I mean, Pro Comi won from a pretty similar basis, even though, of course, he plays aggro game and you play a slower mech game.
yeah, I guess I'm just scared of most of the guys in Division 1 because most of them stream. So it's that factor there. Just like it's just put there, you're like, oh, this guy's streaming and he's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
And
also
you
really nice to see your rise, and I feel like it's a similar rise, even though their playstyle is really different to Fortitude fans. You started a bit later, he started in Steel Division 2, and he was like a Division 3 and 4 player there at the beginning as well, and now he's a like wrecking ball in Division 1 until he runs into a pro commie. So I feel like you have potential for similar things, obviously with a different playstyle. So that is going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm happy that you're not an air spammer like him. But yeah, your rise through the ranks and now also through the divisions is really cool to see, and I'm looking really forward to it. And yeah, I have one important question that now I think we just will make it standard. What is your dream car? Is it the Toyota as well?
Well, since I'm from a country which has like rough roads, I gotta go with Toyota. Like anything, Land Cruiser maybe, because usually you have to go back to rural areas, and that's where it shines. So that's gotta be it. Practicality.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good pick. Yeah, that is a good car for those kind of things.
Yeah, it can be very easily adopted into mobile warfare if necessary.
The Toyota War.
The first Toyota war. Hey, don't give it.
Yeah.
For everybody wondering, this is the current sexy version of it, or some of the current versions. Yeah, it's for sure a good car to go around, I guess, when you have to go off-road a decent amount of time. In Europe, we still buy them, even though we never go off-road, but people still feel cool about them. And
People love feeling secure by making pedestrians and bicyclists more unsafe. Somehow it is illegal still, but that is my own topic. I am vehemently anti-car myself.
I'm
But,
vehemently
only on an
anti-SUV in cities, at least. But
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
that is another topic for another stream. For now, Goldenpanzer. Yeah, what are your experiences in the league? What would you like to see maybe change for a future season? And any like wishes there or things that you would love to see? And any final words here as well?
Not really. I'm happy with the current format, to be honest. And final words, like Snowwolfie was like a really good player. And each time, like I was like, I'm gonna do this, and he'll never do that, and he does exactly that. And I'm like, oh god! Like on airport, in my mind, he was gonna build up then push, but he just pushed immediately, and I was just not ready for that for that at all. Then 70 last game, I was pushing, and he pushed. I was not prepared for that at all. So I would say I got a bit lucky that I had some BMPs just lying around to like throw on the flank. But overall, he played really good.
Yeah, I remember that you were buying random reinforcements for front with nothing happening with extra points, and those reinforcements happened to be the kind of the anvil in which the hammer of your tank force could strike against this breakthrough attempt.
Yeah. So I just think I got lucky in that in the 79th game because on airport I was like, because my first game with PBAT, he almost defeated me. I just got won by points. It was just the same matchup, so I was like, oh no, it's gonna repeat again.
Oh, but
Yes.
there you can see the mind games. The when you're getting the Division 1, you really need to, because I have this playing on ladder. When there's somebody I recognize, I immediately start out from the assumption, oh, I am going to lose. Funnily enough, you are one of the first people who I ever recognized as a good player a long time ago, who I actually beat on ranked. And afterwards, my confidence in the game has been way more. I think Tofuk and you were the first ones. And now that you are Division 2 champion and you're getting into the really big leagues, like would you say at least what you've been saying here is that the mental component is a big thing for you, but your gameplay is so solid. It is not rigid, but it's very difficult to find gaps in it. So I don't think, as a spectator, as a hobbyist caster, I don't think you really need to have the mental block of, oh, this is somebody who is beyond my level. You don't do stupid mistakes. Your gameplay is very, very reliable, and that is something that not even top players can't necessarily get to that level.
Thank you for that. That's gonna be a real confidence boost going down. But yeah,
Yeah.
just really looking forward to Division 1.
So yeah, thanks for joining, Goldenpanzer. Best of luck in future tournaments. We hope we will see you in the 2v2 tournament maybe as well. If not, we will see you in the next league season. And yeah, thanks for joining. And thanks to all of you out there for watching. Thanks for all the new follows. Thanks for all the new subscriptions. And yeah, see you all next time. We will send you over to Pibat for some more WARNO now, guys. So see you all next time, guys. Bye-bye, and have a great day.